Are we live? Better question. Are we alive? I mean, that's a pretty big question. But today we've got a smaller thing to take a look at. What's going on, y'all? How we doing? I've got the RG Rotate. It's here. I have resisted all siren song temptations to open this thing up because I failed at resisting. I had to take pictures for the thumbnail, but I didn't delve any deeper because we're going to do it all together on stream. How we all doing? We got a stacked crew tonight. What up, Raptor? What up, Vegan? What up, JQZ, Random Car Guy Skulls Playlist, and Cyber Slayer? Hope y'all are having a lovely evening, afternoon, wherever y'all are at. We've got Pichu in the house. And we've also got a Rotate to take a look at. So I'm pretty stoked about this device. I at first I was like, oh, this thing is enormous, because the original promo materials were like, it looked like a giant just brick in the videos, but it's pretty solid. So I've spent all of my life savings to hire the best producer for this stream tonight, and that's why we're gonna say it together now on 3. 1, 2, 3. Pull up the fucking agenda. All right, it's a little bit blocked there, but let's nudge it up. On stream tonight, we've got step 1, make the stream work. I think we got it working. It seems like it's working a little too good. So it's gonna be a good time. Step number 2, we got summon the RG Rotate through Crystal Ball, Magic, Chance, and the Dark Incantations. And unfortunately, it was a success. We'll find the ramifications of my summoning over time, but for now, let's move on to step 3, unboxing first impressions. That's why it's still in the box, because we got to unbox it together. Step 4, emulator setup, Q&A. This is a little bit unique. I haven't really set up emulators live on any other streams before, so we're going to do it together. And I'm going to show you all some tips, and maybe you can show me some tips, and it'll be a little bit of back and forth. We all learn together how to rotate this dang thing, and that's why we're going to spin into step 5. We're going to play some games. I feel like that's the least of our worries. We've got a lot of games to play. I've loaded up a whole micro SD card with my legal backups. That'll take us to step 6, testing and size comparisons. Pause. We're not comparing that size. We're comparing the size of our devices. We've got like an RG 35XX SP. We've got the GKD Pixel 2. Even like a smaller boy, like an Anbernic RG Nano. So we're going to be taking a look at how it stacks up to some other devices. Unfortunately, I don't have a Game Boy Advance SP, so yikes. Anyways, moving on to step 7, keep gaming and keep rotating, old man. Don't stop rotating. Keep flipping that dang thing. We'll see how that goes. It's actually I flipped it a couple times. It felt really good. I'm not gonna lie, I've been flipping. Anyways, let's flip into our final thoughts. Step 8, we're gonna wrap it all up. We're gonna close the rotation and stamp it, and then it's closing time. Anyways, producer, I don't just pay you to sit there and do nothing. Kick it, to the overhead. All right. Look at this bad boy. A premium box from a premium company. Anbernic really pulling out all the stops for this silver RG Rotate that we're going to be taking a look at. So let us kill the music and let's kick off the vibes. So the RG Rotate is an interesting handheld that, as you might have seen from the thumbnail, it flips out and it flips back into itself in this little like pocket square, and the controls are covered by the screen. Usually usually the screen kind of folds into a clamshell, but not this time. This is a little rotating fella. Obviously, we got it in what the hell is that? Aurora Silver. Okay. Instead of Polar Black. But the difference between them is actually that the Polar Black has a plastic base, while the Aurora Silver has a full metal build, very similar to something like either the Anbernic RG Nano or the TrimUI Brick Hammer. These ones are both just full metal builds. So that's what we're getting with this silver Rotate, and that's why it costs a little bit more than the black base model. The base model, I think, is a plastic that's similar to like an RGDS, like a kind of soft matte plastic. I don't know for sure, but we're gonna be taking a look at this silver one here. Outside of that, nothing else going too crazy on the box here. Give me a second. Let me try and pull up this YouTube chat because my OBS is bugging out. So I wanna be chatting with y'all. Can't wait to play Brotato on the Rotato. Yeah, amen, Leaves. Let's crack this thing open and get down to business. Off the rip, little pocket square inside of this nice little this little wrapper here. And this is the RG Rotate in all of its glory, and all of its unrotated glory. Now check this out. Here's the party trick. You guys ready? Look at that thing. Look at that thing flip. Cow. It's I can attest, it's quite satisfying. I can do this all day. Yeah, it might take a little bit of practice to become a flippin' pro, but god damn. I don't know if you guys can hear this or if my noise gate's cutting it out, but we stay flipping out here. Anyways, so this metal body it feels very premium. It has like a soft brushed metal texture. It's extremely similar to the TrimUI Brick Hammer. You can see that they both have that soft kind of very, not textureless, it's like a very smooth metal. And you get that across the entire body. Down here too, it's the exact same texture. These buttons, they have extremely short travel. A lot of people have been saying that they're very clicky, but I don't find them to be that clicky, to be honest. It's very similar to actually the Anbernic RG DS with that low travel. And I'm pretty sure that they used similar components. The D-pad is slightly different. Face buttons feel almost identical, except these ones are a little bit of a harder plastic. Now, outside of that, we have a little micro SD card slot on side here with the volume rocker. Anbernic, this is actually the Wi-Fi antenna. I've heard that from somebody who unboxed it, that this is actually where the Wi-Fi is shooting out of all those 5G rays for your brain. And then on this side we got Looks like a power and probably a reset button. Not entirely sure what that is. Maybe a, yeah, it's probably a reset. And then up top, we got our 4 actually replaceable shoulder buttons. A USB-C slot up there. What's probably, it looks to be a microphone. And then a backfiring speaker, because the best place for audio is away from your ears. Love that from Anbernic. Let's take a look at what else is in the box here. All right, we got a mysterious assortment of goodies down here. Oh, we've got all kinds of stuff. Okay, so first off, we got a cheap little lanyard. Nothing too crazy. It's got a little bit of flex to it. Very stock loadout. We can maybe put that on later. Here's those extra shoulder buttons that I was talking about. They're slightly more raised. So this is for the R2 and L2. It'll be slightly more bumped up. And I think I actually might switch those out after stream, because while flat is like very sleek and nice, I think having a little extra bump would be pretty rad. Then we got a screen protector, probably a USB-C cable, A to C, nothing too crazy. And that's about it. So let's turn this sucker on. Producer, punch in. Here we go. All right, let's see how long actually, while we're at it, let's do a little power on time test. See how long it takes to turn this thing on. Even if it's just into the into like the boot up mode, the first launch mode, we can get an idea for what we're looking at here. All right, let's see if we can do this. 1, 2, 3. Is it working? Is it working? Reset. Leaves. Are you going to test any games? I will. I will be testing some games. We're going to set this up together, and then I've got a whole card loaded to the brim with games that we're going to check out and see how the gameplay is. All right, maybe it's this button. Hello? All right, third time's a charm. There we go. Nope, it's it's sideways. Sometimes you gotta rotate the whole dang thing. So some of the specs on this device is it has a T618 processor in there. So boot on time was about 22 seconds. Not too shabby for an Android one. We'll see how it looks when we've got it fully set up. But it's got a T618 processor under the hood. Not crazy powerful, but definitely pretty good for a handheld of this size, actually. It's quite a capable processor. It has 3 gigabytes of RAM, so that's not ideal. In 2026 year, 3 gigs is worth a small fortune, but it's not going to be the snappiest device in Android, that is for sure. Let me punch in my Wi-Fi password. Let's get this thing connected. And let's see. All right, we got a system update. So let's do that. I actually heard that this fixes a couple pretty solid bugs. So while it's updating, we'll talk about some of the other specs. It has, I believe it has 32 gigs of internal storage. Could be wrong. You can bust out the manual to confirm. About to say it might not have a charge. No, I actually charged it up to full before stream so that we could keep gaming on it. All right, let's see. first boot up. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Does it just not have the specs on here? Also, shout out win.anbernic.com. I know that Anbernic has a notorious Win 600 device. Come on. Keep trucking. Random car guy so jealous of the metal body though. Must be so nice. It really is. It's immediate impressions are it just feels awesome. I'm kind of a sucker for metal handhelds, so this is definitely right up my alley. And as Sujana would say, maybe it's up yours. So it's it's a very premium feeling handheld, and you are paying that premium for it too. I think it's an extra maybe $15, or maybe it was 20. But I ordered it on AliExpress, and I used some coupons. I think I got it down to like $100 with shipping. Cyber Slayer, yeah. We're just hanging, we're yapping while this thing is updating. But yeah, I'd say that the size is both bigger than I was expecting, and also smaller than I was expecting. So it's bigger in terms of my personal preferences. I'd want it to just be like a slight smidgen smaller, because I'm kind of a geek for like really pocket-sized handhelds. Maybe something in between the Pixel 2 and that. Maybe something like the Miu Mini V4. Something around that size is pretty nice. So as you can see, the RG Rotate is a little bigger than those. But at the same time, you can see when I got both my mitts on it, it's also smaller than you might be expecting. So it's in a pretty solid mid ground that I'd say is maybe slightly smaller than a GBA SP. I know it's definitely smaller than the 3.5XX SP here. I don't have a 3.4XX SP from Anbernic to compare them to, but we'll do a little square up in the meantime here. You can see that it is quite a bit more compact, and at the same time, I'm pretty sure that the screen might even be a little bigger. I think it's a 3.5 inch diagonal screen. I'm kind of kicking these specs from the dome here. But yeah, it's actually quite a nice screen. It's a 1:1 aspect ratio, so it's a complete square. That means that 4:3 games, like your classic aspect ratios, are going to be a little bit letterboxed at the top and bottom, but Game Boy Color games are going to look perfect. Pico 8, all that jazz. Yeah, it's honestly like I don't think I actually own any 1:1 aspect ratio handhelds. The closest that I have is 4:3 handhelds, and that's what we're looking at here. Same size screen, just in a different aspect ratio. I don't think I have any charge on it, but yeah, it's probably dead. I don't exactly put mileage on the 3.5XX SP these days. Vegan Bob Tire, the XX line was peak. Yes, it was. They had something killer with that XX line. Oh man, it was fire. Random car guy, how is the width from the 3.5XX SP compared to this? I know the 3.5 is a chunky boy. It is, yeah. This is how they stack up. It's like, it looks like a less of a difference on camera, but then you put them side by side and you're like, holy smokes. One is gonna be busting out the jeans. The other one is pretty solid, pretty comfortably in your pocket. AJ, bro, you're jealous. Haven't gotten yours yet. Nice. Yeah. Hopefully it should come next week. I got mine from AliExpress, and I've never looked back. It's just I was very excited that they shipped it, pretty speedily. I've ordered directly from Anbernic in the past, and shipping times have been not great, and also shipping price is not great on their website too. So I recommend AliExpress, and that's also why I'm gonna hit y'all with the shill text. You know what to do. Run it up. mttech.link/RG Rotate. You know what to do. Blah, 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 blah. If you want to pick up a Rotate, blah, blah, blah. Support the channel, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, that link takes you to the AliExpress one, because you can use AliExpress coupons and get that free shipping and then get a little cheaper. That's what I did. And yeah, pretty happy with the shipping time. Not gonna lie. Anyways, Random Car Guy, you rep the 3.5 XXSP in your jeans with the right pair. It's not atrocious. Yeah, it definitely is a little bit noticeable compared to a DS Lite. Let me noodle around with this here. Man, this system update is dragging, huh? Well, at least I can hang and chat with y'all. Jason 7 Richards, you were hoping to have yours by next weekend. Dang. Yeah, the main site, I heard from a lot of people that the main site was just shipping like slow. JQZ, got yours for 94. Did you get the metal one? Because if you got the metal one for 94, that'd be kind of a killer deal, I'm not gonna lie. All right, you know what time it is. Hold on. Tasty soda, tasty beverage time. Anyways, cheers. Leaf, when did you order? Hopefully it arrives sooner than that. Let's think if you have to wait till early June. Cyber Slayer, you got yours 3 days ago. Ordered it like 2 weeks, a week ago. Yeah, nice. That's solid. AJ, yes, I have tried Gamma OS, and I've also talked with him on the Save State podcast. He is an absolute legend, chillest guy ever, and absolutely brilliant developer. Love Gamma OS. I actually have a build of it running on my RGDS. Oh, the RGDS has a pretty great build of Gamma OS that really takes the stock operating system much further than something like something like the stock operating system. It's just not great. I'm hoping that we can get Gamma on here pretty soon. I know it's going to come to the Patreon first, so might have to shell out a couple bucks to get it in before the 60-day wait period. But I think that Gamma OS on here would be killer. His optimizations to battery life, especially on this processor, I've heard are like god tier. Like he somehow manages to squeeze every ounce of battery life out of the T618 processor. So I'm really looking forward to Gamma OS on here. Man, I hope that this firmware build is, I'm hoping that this is a big step up, because goddamn. Yeah, Raptor, you're skipping this one as you just got the Thor light. Nice. Dude, any Thor is a good Thor. That's what I've always said. The Thor is a work of art. The thing is killer. Yeah, vegan. Thor is elite. Powers that be. Yours is yet to ship. Ordered on the 16th. Dang. My Can It and Go Alley. I mean, honestly, not a bad idea. You might even be able to get it cheaper on Alley, because the Anbernic direct site, I know that they weren't doing like the craziest deals. Well, while this is finishing updating, let's take a look at how it stacks up to some other devices. Just do some general size comparisons. Here is a Miu Mini V4 side by side. You can see that when it's closed, it's shorter than the Miu Mini V4. This is the V4, not the Plus, by the way. And then in terms of its width, it's slightly wider. It's a little more pronounced in person than it might seem on camera. For better reference, something like that. Again, this is just a cube, so any way you swing it, It's definitely a cube style. By the way, the hinge point is up here, so that's kind of where it flips from. Anyways, here's how they look stacked side by side. And yeah, it's kind of a big bro little bro situation going on there. This thing is pretty gargantuan compared to something tiny like the Miu Mini. Here is the GKD Pixel 2, another tiny little handheld, but it's another metal boy. So if you like metal handhelds, this is a pretty great option as just like a little vertical metal fella. But obviously the RG Rotate just is absolutely dogging on this thing. And then when it's closed up, almost the exact same height. I think the RG Rotate is actually shorter again. So it does get pretty compact. By the way, kind of a thick boy. The Rotate is a bit of a thick boy. However, you got to take into account the buttons down here too. So you get everything just in this kind of chunky package. And speaking of chunky package, let's take a look at the 3.5XXSP. I know we were kind of noodling around with that earlier. Let's start with it closed. So here's how they stack up side by side when the 3.5XXSP is closed. Now look at the 3.5XXSP over here. Check out the shoulder buttons. You see how the inner ones are raised up? That's what these spare shoulder buttons that come with the RG Rotate can do. It basically turns the flat shoulder buttons on the inside into what we're seeing on the 3.5XXSP there. Tactical sip. Cyber Slayer, what y'all think about its missing headphone jack? I think I think there are a bunch of dongles for doing that, to be honest. I think there are a bunch of dongle heads because goddamn, like it's always one thing with Anbernic. It's always, I mean, at least one thing. But it's like they strategically leave out a crucial thing on every device, and this time it's like they advertise it as a media device, but they don't include a headphone jack. It was like, wait, are y'all tone deaf? What the hell? Like, it just seems like such a slap in the face. It's just so stupid. I mean, I guess that using the USB-C port gets you maybe higher fidelity audio. I'm not much like of a DAC head, or like I don't really know much about playing FLAC and WAV files on handhelds. I don't really do that much. I just have Spotify, but I know that you can use different dongles for different different textures. Like some are warm and vintage sounding, like that one that Russ was talking about. And then other ones are kind of more neutral, like the one that Anbernic included on what the heck was that other device? I think they included it with RG Nano. I think that's the one I'm actually using. Anyways, what up all 23 y'all? Sorry for the the delay here. We had to do a system update, and in return we got fixed known bugs, hidden gesture nav bar optimizations, and removing apps with issues. So whatever that means. So let's finish setting this thing up and power through these settings here. I'm not trying to dox myself. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, now we're cooking. Ka-chow. Let it cook. Let it cook. What up, Michael Benny? How we doing? Random car guy thought that out since you were debating the Powkitty V90S. Yeah, the USB-C Apple earbuds. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to give up with this one port wonder here. You have to give up charging it in order to listen with the USB-C audio jack here. You have to unplug your charger and then plug in your USB-C buds, and or you can use Bluetooth earbuds, but then you got to charge those, and they also come with latency. I don't know. Anbernic is just causing problems for themselves. It's like they have a slam dunk here. They got a masterpiece. They just spent months painting this fantastic painting, and then they're holding the paintbrush and they just can't help but just throw a slab of just random paint on their piece. Sometimes it might turn out great, but 95% of the time, it's like, what are you doing? Why'd you make that choice? Why did you just couldn't help yourself, Anbernic? God damn. Cyberslayer, favorite PS1 game? Ooh, that's a great question. Man, I never had a PS1 growing up. I had an N64. So I know the PS1 library is insane. It is like an ocean of games. Man. I don't like how the Tony Hawk games run on them. I think that the Dreamcast ones are superior. But yeah, maybe it's like Tony Hawk 2. But I don't even really, I preferred the Dreamcast version. There's some other fun games on it. Maybe it's Final Fantasy VII. That's a banger. I feel like I'm a little bit basic for saying that. Like, that's kind of the canned response. So this is the reality of how long it takes to out of the box set this up. We're in this together, y'all. We're here. This is no camera cuts here. Anyways, Michael Benny, why is the RGDS not running this chipset in this device? It doesn't make sense. You're telling me, dude. Like, why did Anbernic decide to shove a rock chip RK3568 in here, a friggin' basically an RK3566, the same processor, just slightly tuned up, that we've seen on like a million other kind of cheap ass handhelds? And then in this little pocket square, this little pocket chocolate, we get a T618, the same one from the Anbernic RG 405M, the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. That's what's under the hood here. What possessed them to say, F it, we're gonna put a little juicer in this one, and we're gonna put a stinker in this one. This one is like gasping for air when you try and use it with Android. but I mean, I guess that's why Anbernic released a Linux distro recently. All right, finish, go into system, take me to this premium luxury flippy dip here. We're seeing the inner workings of the 35XXSP here, or the RG Rotate. Man, Anbernic has a way with naming their devices. Anyways, RG Rotate, I do F with the name, and I also F with this clock background. God damn, that is corny, but it is a little bit charming, I'm not gonna lie. So this is the experience here. Default out of the box, they load you up with all kinds of apps here. Let me turn down the brightness just a smidgen so the whites aren't just blowing out. All right, let's take a look at the apps that are included here. Also, what I noticed is that unlike Retroid or AYN setup, Anbernic just goes ahead and installs everything. They don't even give you the choice to pick which emulators you want to install and not install. They just chuck everything at you. So I'm not a big fan of that. I think casual users won't really care, to be honest. But I mean, like, they literally give you every emulator. A lot of these are outdated as hell. Cough, cough. So we are going to be uninstalling some of them and installing newer versions. But it looks like we have Citra for some 3DS emulation. We got 2 versions of Dolphin. I don't know why they would include that second one, because MMJR is probably going to be the move. That one's optimized for lower chipsets. We got Aether SX2. Man, pretty outdated, but you know, not too shabby. And then we got RetroArch over there too. A little bit of Moonlight game streaming. I saw them showing that off. What is this Casio player? Looks like we got some 1970s over. Whoa, little cassettes. Little this is where they really went hard with like the MP3 player, the DAC player style here. Looks like we can play some tunes in like all kinds of different ways. I don't know what that means, but sure. Yeah, sure. Oh, it's probably like a little decibel meter, like a VU meter. Cyber Slayer, yeah, for PS1. OG Gran Turismo, that's a banger. I think Ridge Racer was on the PS1 too. Also just slappers. Anbernic AI, I don't know what that's doing on there. I might just have to send that one to the Shadow Realm. So off the rip, and this is kind of why part of why I wanted to do this stream, is to kind of give you guys an idea of what I usually do when I get a low-powered Anbernic device, or an Anbernic device that's it's actually pretty powerful for the size, but it's not exactly the specs aren't exactly generous. We have 3 gigabytes of RAM, just enough to run Android, and we've also got the Play Store on here too, so that's going to be slurping some of that RAM. And then we have all these kind of junk apps, like filler apps. So I kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of like what I usually do. So the first thing that I'm going to do is get rid of some of that shit. The Anbernic AI slop, goddamn right, Cyber. So let's pulverize some of those apps that are going to be taking our precious processing power and also slurping on our battery life. We don't need all that shit when we just want to play games on this thing. So let's dive into the settings here and see what we can get rid of. So see all apps. First thing I'm gonna do, we've got this one. We're gonna disable Anbernic AI because I personally don't need it. This is, again, you can choose what you want to do, if you want to disable them, if you want to do any of that stuff. What else we got in here? Let's see if there's a way of, what else we got? Oh, getting some ghost touches a little bit there. Unfortunately, I mean, Google Play services, that's a little bit of a double-edged sword. While it does take resources to run it, it's also can be beneficial for like installing your already owned, like your premium Google Play games and stuff like that. So for the sake of this stream, we're probably just going to keep it. Let's try and get that brightness dialed in a little more too. What else we got under the hood here? Getting a lot of ghost touches on the screen. Not ideal. A little bit funky. I think that's where that 3 gigs of RAM is just kind of slacking a little bit. All right, honestly, not too much else that we need to pulverize. Got the RG launcher, but that's not really going to be doing too much. Wireless emergency alert. Yeah, sure, we'll keep it. So yeah, it's really just that Anbernic AI. The RGDS had a little bit more like junk apps, but I think this one, I don't remember what this one is. I think that one's like a Chinese app store. So unless you're going to be downloading Chinese apps, let's go ahead and uninstall it. We just don't need it. What else we got? Aptoid. Maybe it might be helpful. I don't know. Oh, that's actually not too bad. All right. And now what we can do is insert the memory card. Ciao. Oh, okay. Anyways, how much RAM does the XXSP have? Leaf. That had the 3.5 had 1 gigabyte of RAM. The 3.4 XXSP originally had 2 gigs of RAM, and then they down-spec'd it to 1 gig of RAM when the whole AI crisis hit. So unfortunately, we're working with 1 gig of RAM on pretty much any XX device these days. Hopefully it doesn't go any lower than that. That would not be fun. That would not be ideal. All right, let's see if we can install some of the apps that I downloaded. I downloaded a fork ton of apps, and we can start with something like Obtainium. This one's a good one. Obtainium basically lets you install all of like the up-to-date emulators, and then it automatically keeps them updated as well. So it gathers emulators from GitHub sources and those kinds of things, and it just keeps them updated without you having to manually go to all of those different sites and manually update all these different emulators. This just automates everything. It is so good. I love Obtainium. And it is best paired with the Obtainium emulation pack. Now you can search Google for both of those and get links, and it will oh no, there we go, and you'll be able to find all that jazz. So this is Obtainium. You see how the emulation pack just added all of those different emulators. Pretty sweet, pretty clutch. Caldio, can you do min brightness then max it out? Yes, I can. Check it out. Here is min brightness. To my eyes, it is it's pretty dang dark. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually like quite a dark minimum brightness. I'm pretty satisfied with this. I think that it's just bright enough to be able to see what's going on. Maybe a little more dimness would have been nice, but I think that there's usually an option that you can add to the quick toggles there to get it slightly dimmer. And then max brightness. Max brightness is pretty solid. It is actually quite crispy. I know it looks blown out like crazy on camera. Check this out. We'll just turn it down a little bit. So max brightness is pretty bright. I would say there's on both ends of the spectrum, the max brightness and the minimum brightness. I would have liked just slightly more range on them, but that's really nitpicking. I would say I'm pretty satisfied with the overall brightness. Leaves, you should probably turn on gesture mode. I am with you. Let's turn it on. What's that? Gesture. You think it comes up if I just search gestures? Yeah, let's do gesture navigation. Yeah. Oh, that is so much better. Yeah, gesture navigation is nice. All right, so let's go back into, now that we've installed Obtainium, we can go back in here. Now the problem, why I don't like when Anbernic installs all of these emulators automatically is because Obtainium doesn't agree with those outdated emulators, and Obtainium can't install newer versions on the on Anbernic's old ones. So you'd have to uninstall Anbernic's emulators and then reinstall them through Obtainium to get the most up-to-date versions. And that is a bit unfortunate. It's a bit annoying, but we're gonna go ahead and do it for some specific emulators. Let's say, what's probably the best one to do it with? I mean, honestly, I kind of want to see what the dealio is with these pre-installed emulators, and And if we are getting problems with them, then we can reinstall through Obtainium. But what Obtainium also has beyond emulators is it also has some nice front ends. Now, with only 3 gigs of RAM, these front ends, most of them are just not going to be running too great. We also get some PC emulation on here. I know that this chipset is capable of very, very light, super light game Windows emulation. So we're going to go ahead and install Game Native on the low. Don't tell nobody. And maybe we'll try out a little Windows game or 2, TBD. But while that installs, let's take a look at what else we got on here. We've got Moonlight and Artemis. Artemis is basically a better Moonlight. If you are trying to do some local game streaming, then you can go ahead and do that. Probably not going to be testing that today. Now, we also got some custom drivers. Those probably won't be too helpful. And then for apps, what we got? Oh, RA Offline Proxy. That's for retro achievements. Now, retro achievements are basically, they're basically game achievements like the Xbox Live game achievements or, you know, PlayStation game achievements, all that stuff, but for retro games. So this offline proxy will let you earn them offline, and then when you go back online later, then then they will sync up with the online whoa, that was loud as heck. With your online service. So this offline proxy is a nice little thing that only recently came out. May 21st. Pretty much yesterday is the latest version. All right. So let's take a look at, I'm curious, did they include PPSSPP on here? That's the PlayStation Portable. It's probably the best way to play PSP outside of something like, you know, running it in RetroArch. Also, it seems like we are frozen up. This is where that 3 gigs of RAM is kind of struggling a little bit. Let's install Game Native because we already downloaded it. It was just struggling a little bit. Leafs. Hot take, membrane D-pads are garbage. If that's a hot take, then I'm in the fire with you. I love dome switch style D-pads. They are just, for me, it's a no-brainer. It is objectively superior. Membrane D-pads are just not great. I think that dome switch is just more accurate and more comfortable, just more premium feeling too. They're just better. All right, Game Native. Square that PSP. That's what I'm saying. Square that thing. Cyber running Subnautica 2 max settings. For real. Hey, listen, it's just game streaming. You can stream anything to any device. I was streaming Fallout 4 to my Minecraft 2DS a couple weeks ago. That thing was running like a beaut. All right. Now that we've got Game Native installed, we can also install something like PPSSPP. Oh, it seems like it's already installed, so doing the update through Obtainium, it won't work. Now, what's up next? We are going to configure. Oh yeah, we need to install a front end. I want to gamify this device a little more than just like running it on Android, and to do that, we're going to install a front end. I'm also going to turn down the music a little bit because I got to lock in. ESTE. This is technically a paid front end, but I think that it's worth the bucks. It's worth I think it's like $5 or something like that. And I pretty much use it on most devices, especially lower end devices these days. higher end devices, I prefer Cocoon because it's got like just a nice killer vibe to it. All right, let's see if I got ESDE in here. Ka-chow. All right. All right. Let's see what happens. Leave. PS Vita D-pad is perfect. Preach. PS Vita is honestly peak. It is so good. I love the PS Vita. I think that it was so ahead of its time. Dara, yes, yep. GPD went for real. So this is ESDE just out of the box, but what I like to do is throw a little theme on it. And the specific theme that I like to use on square ratio devices like this and the Retroid Classic, and also even the Retroid Pocket Mini, but they no longer sell that one, is one called Iconic. It's got such a nice vibe to it. So we're going to chuck that on there. And once that's downloaded and installed, then we will check in on RetroArch, see what the settings are like, and then we'll test out some games. I know that a lot of the emulators are already pre-configured to have the controls and probably some sneaky settings already set up as well. It looks like the theme ain't theming. Might be an Android thing. I've seen this before, but yeah, we'll see if it works. Oh, there we go. It's just an absolute snail's pace. If we're stuck at 1%, then I'm gonna go ahead and rotate out of this app. This is crazy. All right, what else? Yeah, let's see what else we got to configure. Oh yeah, I've got some other apps too. Some other like native Android games that we can take a look at. We've got to install them, but I've got stuff like the Twilight Princess port, the native port for that. This is brutal. I'm gonna go ahead and chuck that one in the can. 1% per minute, no thank you. But once this has like a nice theme to it, then it's pretty great on little handhelds. You know, it's got all your stuff in there. But in the meantime, let's install Dusklight. I don't know how the controls are gonna work because it is in fact a GameCube game that is ported to Android. Can I test Brotato? I don't know if I have Brotato, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'll be able to test Brotato on the Rotato. Although that does sound pretty sick. Brotato on the Rotato. Alright. What's this one? Oh! That might be... Yo, what the heck? Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Alright, here we go. Alright. It's time. Get gaming, old man. Let's see if this audio works. I'm very curious. All right, Dusklight. Hey, yo. Let's see. I don't know if we're getting audio here. Oh no. I don't think the dongle's dongling right. All right, dongle swap. Let's try it. Let's try dongling on this dongle. They couldn't have just given us a USB-C port, huh? Or a 3.5 millimeter port. Some dongles just don't work. I know, man. I know. Some dongles just aren't dongling right. But we're gonna crack the code on this dongle. Maybe. Oh, that's the same dongle. Did they include a I don't think they included a dongle either. That's a crazy move. Just dongleless. That's what they called me in college. Oh, let's see what else we got. Hot damn. Ryan Retro, what up, dude? How you doing? I'm just trying to get some dongles to work here. But the dongles ain't dongling right. You've been fighting the urge to buy one? Just do it. Just do it. Just buy one. They're sick. It actually feels great. The one downside is no headphone jack. That's the only downside. So far, at least. We'll find out if there's other downsides too, but so far it just seems like the one big miss is not having a headphone jack. Because then I can't stream the audio nice. All nice and fancy. You know what? I'm gonna try something a little crazy here. See if maybe a restart with the dongle in it worked. Does anyone know what dongles do work with this thing? So I'd love to have audio. That's gonna be sick, right? Ooh, audio output settings. Yeah, I might have to noodle around with that. Yeah, I only got those 2 dongles. I'm not really dongled up these days. All right, let's see. Sound. Huh. You would think that if it was reading it, that it would default. But maybe not. If it don't work, then we'll just have to put a microphone near it. You just ordered. Let's go, Ryan. Let's go. Did you get the metal one? Tell me you got the metal one. We'll make sure disable USB audio routing is turned off in the settings. Good call. We gotta turn on dev settings. What's the secret trick to that again? I think we go here and we tap on the build number. There we go. Let's go. And then now we got developer options. Let's see, audio. Okay, yeah, USB audio routing is in fact disabled. I think that this dongle is just not compatible or something. It's quite strange that maybe it's also like a cable problem too. Let me try going straight into the camera maybe with it. If this doesn't work, then we'll just put a mic near it. Listen to the backfiring speakers. Also, we gotta fix that. Gotta fix that timeout time. 1 minute is crazy. All right, I don't think it's working. Yep, it is not working. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Thanks, Anbernic. All right, we're gonna plug in. We're gonna just plug in the shotgun mic. Hopefully, it sounds all right. All right, y'all. Let me know if there's any weird echo or anything like that. Let me turn up the audio level. All right. We're getting some weird echo here. Might be getting some weird echo. How's this sound? Is it weird? It's probably weird, huh? Maybe we go no game audio. That's crazy. I still can't believe that they didn't put like a dongle in there. Like, what the heck? But anyways. Let's get some inputs mapped. Start testing out some gameplay here. Maybe we can... Do I have any other playlists? Ooh, in the networking tab in dev, make sure the default USB is in the network tab. Okay, we're trying this out here. In the networking tab in dev, make the default USB configuration is MIDI. Ooh. All right, maybe this will work. Let's tap in. Let's go. Are we getting sound? Nada. Killing me, Anbernic. Yeah, that's tight. Ugh. Last Hail Mary with this one. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Yo? Yo? Yo! Let's go! Oh, holy smokes. Yo, Cyber. You did it. Cyber's the GOAT. Let's get some dubs in the chat for Cyber. Holy smokes. What the hell, dude? All right. So if anybody is experiencing that problem, now we know that Cyber's the GOAT. Okay. So here's what you have to do if you're having that audio problem where the dongle's just not working. Or at least this is what seems like it's fixed it for me. Is turning on developer mode So go into the about options and then tap on the build number like 5 times or 10 times, I think. And then once you're a developer, go into system, developer options, scroll all the way down to the networking area, click on default USB configuration, and then set it to MIDI. I don't know how Cyber figured that out, but it seems like that fixed it. I don't know if that needs to be reinserted. I mean, maybe it did, but like we tried multiple times. Yeah, that's crazy. I think that was what did it. Hey, well, either way, let's finally play some games. Just a cool hour into the stream, but we've got it in the mix now. We've got it updated. Got some Twilight Princess installed. Some very loud notifications. Sorry about that. Let me know if the game's too loud or too quiet, by the way. So let's check out what kind of inputs we've got. So this I think that I'm trying to think what we can do to map it kind of creatively. Maybe let's check out how it plays, and then we'll see what we need to do to change the mapping a little bit. Look at that. Yo. This looks crazy. Developers, APs. Ooh, you know what? I actually have a save file. I have a save file on my other handheld. So while this is running, I'm going to get that other save file exported. I can transfer it over. Okay, the text box, they're not exactly scaling perfectly. Let's show the frame rate. It's a good place for it. Top right. Dude, not bad off the rip. Full 40 FPS. I think we're also running this at auto resolution. So it's like about 1.2 times resolution. Yo, crazy logics. Dude, you won the M4 giveaway as well. I hit you up on Discord, but I think my message didn't go through, or my friend request didn't go through. Check your Discord after stream. I'm gonna send you another message request because I have an absolute M4 that you won. Yeah, you did, homie. I'll hit you up on Discord after this. But yeah, it's just been sitting there, and I'm like, maybe I'll see him again. And there we go. No problem. Yeah, you are in fact the winner. So I gotta get that over to you, so that you can game on that thing. Anyways, let me get the save for this. I completely forget where the saves are. So for reference, I've been playing it mostly on my fully kitted out Motorola Moto Edge Plus 2022. This is a $100 phone that I just completely went ham on. I bought a $20 controller and I just this is what I've been gaming on. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm trying to find my save file from this handheld and kick it over to the other one. Let's see if I remember where it is. Leaf. I did a giveaway, and I'll probably do more because I have a lot of stuff I need to give away. I got a lot of stuff, and I don't need all my stuff. So yeah, I'll probably do some more giveaways. I was thinking about doing one this stream, but I didn't really think that far ahead. So maybe next stream, or the stream after that. I need to figure out a way to like do it live and, you know, like have people's Discord names be also like private. So, you know, choosing a winner and then, you know, finding a way to get in contact. I don't know. I got to figure all that stuff out. I'm new to this giveaway game, but yeah. Now you're wondering which Discord. I'll yeah, I check let me see. I got it in something here. All right, where what the frick was it? Phantom. The Phantom Discord. All right, where the heck? Yeah, I don't know where my save file is. Maybe I'll figure out eventually. In the meantime, let's run around. So I think that to change the D-pad to the analog stick, it's menu and volume down. I'm not sure. There's something like that. Oh! Let me see if Anbernic has a pro tip on that one. What's the strat, Anbernic? Insider info here. Key mapping. Please refer to the application's internal use. I know that there's a hotkey to swap between D-pad down and power button. Oh, okay, I got it mixed up. D-pad down and power button. Well, is it the wrong button? Oh, D-pad down. Yup. That's the lock button. Oh, I feel like a doofus. That's the lock button. Power and volume up, maybe. Yeah. Oh, and volume. Is it volume or power and volume? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Volume up. So it's power button and volume up is the D-pad toggle. Okay, cool. We're learning this all together, y'all. This is all new to me here. Never used a retro handheld before. I'm not gonna lie, the diagonals with this D-pad don't feel great. They're kind of weird. It like doesn't feel like it's a satisfying diagonal. It feels like kind of mushy, but also clicky. It's like weird. It's a weird middle ground. It feels like I'm not entirely in control. So I wouldn't call this necessarily the best like precision D-pad, even though it kind of looks like a precision D-pad. In the version 1 of this port, there's a bug where she had no hair, and it was crazy. It's just like, I think it was like the center part of her hair was not rendering, so she only had the sides, and she kind of looked like just an old dude. It was crazy. All right, let's run it. Yeah, you see how it kind of just like corked me over? Oh. It's like hard to go straight with this D-pad. It really wants to mush. Very interesting. Not their finest work. Not gonna lie, not Anbernic's finest work. How's the game audio, by the way? Too quiet, too loud? I'll turn it up a little bit. Again, huge shouts out to Cyber Slayer for crushing that. Yo. Speaking of, yo, thanks for subbing, dude. I appreciate you, homie. Usually I set up my handhelds before stream and iron out like all this stuff, but I figured that this is a new handheld and a lot of people are going to be getting them, so we should all kind of like, you know, we can all learn about this handheld together and all of its weird quirks, especially that headphone thing. I would never have figured that out. I would have just reviewed it and been like, this thing, it don't work with no headphones. None of my headphones work. But now we know one solution, so hopefully, you know, hopefully I can maybe try and find a way to get into contact with Anbernic. They don't send me nothing. I don't have a contact there, but I think they'd want to hear that there is in fact a way that more headphones can work with their handheld. Or Occam's razor, I just needed to plug it in a few times. But something tells me that it didn't work the first 2 times and we changed the setting, then it worked, then that's probably the setting that fixed it. So this is why I wanted to load in a save, because the first like hour of this game is just the most menial chores. You gotta herd goats. This is a Zelda game, dude. And it's like an hour of chores, by the way. Before, I think it's like an hour and change before you even fight a single thing. It's crazy. But honestly, the game is running relatively decently. It's pretty much hovering around 30. I wouldn't mind playing this game like this. I know that once you enter Hyrule a little bit later, then things might get a little crunchy with the frame rate because there's a lot more to render. Like in this contained area, it might not be too crazy, although there are a bunch of mobs. So I think that's why we're kind of seeing low 30s for the frame rate. Anyways, I'm kind of bored of whooping and herding goats. So we're just gonna go ahead and drop a save real quick. And quit out of there. And now I think I just had a brain blast. I think I'm blasting. Pause. Okay, where's a... Oh, where is it? There's some files app that lets you access the flippin'... Was it Solid Explorer? Yeah, here's I'm hunting around on my device for my save. I think it's... No, it might be fried. Might be on my other handheld. Anyways, let's check out some other apps on here. Well, first off, let's increase the display timeout because that is so quick. 30 seconds. Let's make it 10 minutes. And then, yeah, lock screen, don't display any notifications. Want to get that out of there. And let's take a look at some Dolphin. And we're going to point it in the direction of our ROMs. So Dolphin MMJR2 here. I know it's a bunch of letters and numbers. But this is basically a more like hacky and optimized version of the regular Dolphin GameCube emulator. So this will get us better performance in general with trying to squeeze as much juice out of these out of this handheld as possible. So Cyber, I was actually just playing Subnautica Below Zero last night on my other one. But yeah, to see if it physically runs it, I can do that as like a heat test to see if it'll even run it. I feel like playing it would be pretty awful, but let's check out Mario Kart Double Dash. I think actually, wait, before we do this, this is the European version. This is the PAL version of this ROM, which runs at 50 FPS instead of 60. So I'm trying to use a PAL ROM to squeeze even more performance out of this thing. And then another thing that you have to do for Mario Kart Double Dash is change the video backend to OpenGL. Otherwise, you get a bunch of weird rendering glitches and nothing works. So let's see if this works now. I'm feeling a red sniper dot on my forehead with the launching of that game. Yeah, Cyber, yeah, your 406H was even struggling. Yeah, dude. I'm not I'm optimistic, but not expecting too much here. Also, Double Dash is like, in my opinion, it's the hardest Mario Kart game because it's so damn slippery. I'm feeling like it's not exactly running perfectly. I can usually do 150 for Mario Kart DS, but Double Dash, I'm a 100cc fella. And then we got to get the Power Squad and the Power Kart. All right, let's run it up. Let's see what happens. I don't know how much we're gonna get. All right, it's looking promising. It's definitely squished. Definitely a little bit squished here. Oh, that's not full speed. Oh, I might have fried. This is not full speed. And I gotta say, it's probably not the way I'd want to play this game. Oh, this game is so slippery. Yeah, there's something that's like very not satisfying about playing a racing game at below full speed. You just want to like go fast, but you can't because the emulation. Oh, what? Get out of here. All right, so Gamecube is not looking great. I know a lot of people have been talking this thing up and saying, you know, it can run some solid GameCube and PS2, but I don't know. I don't know if it passes the double dash sniff test here. Or if it does, it's cheating off someone else's homework, because this thing this thing ain't passing any tests with flying colors here. Yeah, double dash is a double miss. You know what else we can test though? An even harder game to run, and that's Wind Waker. So this is better Wind Waker. It is essentially a quality of life improvement mod for the regular Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. This is the US version of the ROM, so I'm not expecting too much in the performance department. But we're gonna see what you know, where it kind of tops out at. I'm not expecting full speed, but we're gonna see how close we can get. Kyle, use the development version. Ooh, okay, use the development version. So maybe the MMJR version is not it's not well optimized. How'd you get the development option or development version, Kyle? Where should we acquire the development Dolphin build? Tactical sip. JQZ, you didn't like it in the 405V, but that thing was huge. Yeah, I feel like if we can get some like decent middleweight games running on this thing, it will kind of be pretty sick, especially because it's like pretty damn pocketable, and it's also a fun little cube. From Dolphin's website. Okay, gotcha. Do you think that let's put a pin in this. Quick save. So I've got Dolphin in the mix down there. Let me uninstall Anbernic Dolphin. And then we don't want to check the key. So whatever you do, maybe back up the data yourself, but never check that box if you're uninstalling like Anbernic's software or anything like that, because then the only way that you can reinstall the app is by installing it through Anbernic's software. You can't install Dolphin from outside if you choose keep that app data. It's a really weird bug with Android, so you always want to leave that unchecked and maybe back up your saves manually instead of doing that. So now that we've uninstalled that, we can check if the Dolphin in here is the same one. Get out of here. Nope. So you mentioned development version. Do you mean just the regular version, Kyle? Like 2603A? Oh, it's a little bright for camera. Sorry about that. Do you mean that version at the top there? Or is there another version? Zoom in a little bit too. While we're at it. Yeah. Oh, a little too close. There we go. Nope, scroll down to development. Oh, there we go. Okay, heck yeah. Let's do Android 2603385. Nice. We'll toss that in our SD card because so we only have 32 gigs of internal memory. So an SD card is pretty much required with this handheld. Unfortunately, official memory cards, like the ones that are preloaded from Anbernic, those ones, they're charging like $20 for a 128 gig card. It's just SD card prices these days are pretty insane. So I'd recommend like seeing if you have an old micro SD card that you could use. But otherwise, you know, a preloaded card isn't, you know, they're usually pretty decent. I personally think that their ROM selections are pretty ass. You know, it's just, I just have my own collection that I prefer to use instead. Now that we've downloaded that, let's hop into files and install it. Where art thou, Dolphin? Am I in the right place? Gulp. There we go. Yo, what up, Lixali? How you doing, homie? GB and GBC with full screen on and LCD 3X looks so sharp. Hell yeah. I'm stoked to check out some Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on here. I think that those are really going to shine, and we'll set those up together too. This stream is definitely a little more like about setting this thing up and showing off a lot of different things that it can do, and some little tips and tricks along the way. So I'm excited to, you know, check out some Game Boy Color together here. All right, let's hop into Gamecube. GC. Use this folder. All right, and then now that we have that linked up, Kyle, booyah, enjoy, thank you. Zune 30 gig of storage. That's crazy. What are you planning on doing for your next giveaway leaves? I haven't decided yet. I have a stack of stuff that I don't really use too often. So it'll probably be like a handheld. Probably another like controller at some point too. I don't know. I got a lot of stuff. I just got to figure out the best way of like giving it away and not going broke with shipping fees. But anyways, that's a me problem. Y'all don't have to worry about that. Okay, let me check out. Yeah, the development version. Okay, cool. So let's connect our standard controller. Let's get our controller mapping. And then can we auto map it? Maybe not. We'll just rock it. Z. Which side was Z on? Is it on the right side? And then control stick. Yeah, that's analog stick. Now, if you're tuning in just recently, we've done the virtual joystick mode, which makes this handheld think that it's this D-pad is an analog stick. And the way to change that is power button and volume up. You'll see when we tap that, disable virtual joystick. Now it's just functioning as a D-pad. So when we scroll down to D-pad, you can see it's just a D-pad. And it maps it differently. And then now we're going to power button and volume up. We're just going to tap them together. Enable virtual joystick. Heck yeah. Now let's map these thingies. And then for C-Stick, this is where things get tricky. I've noodled around with this in the past of like changing config files and like trying to, you know, do like copy pasting text of L2 mixed with like an analog stick thing, but yeah, I don't really know. C-Stick is kind of funky. I think, yeah, maybe a little bit of that, like L2 and maybe let's do L2 and X. And then, yeah. This is pretty hacky because obviously we don't have any analog sticks. So I'm trying to basically press L2 and then map, like L2 is sort of the toggle, I guess. We're gonna see if that works. I'm shooting from the hip here. Cyber, how does the hinge feel? Friend of yours bought one and said it feels loose. I think the hinge feels rock solid. Maybe they got a bad unit. That would definitely stink. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they got a bad unit because that sucks that it feels loose. Off the rip, I mean, I just got this today, basically. Feels great. Could literally do this all day. And then shaking it around. Feels pretty solid. Yeah, I don't know. That's I'd recommend, you know, returning it and trying to get another one. Maybe they just got unlucky. It's a little bit of a bad batch or something. Now let us check out Wind Waker. And now that there's a bunch of on-screen controls, we're going to toggle those off by going to the toggle and then toggle off. Get them out of there. Send them to the Shadow Realm. And then what we got to do is actually turn on the config. I think it's, where is it? General. First off, save states. And then I think graphics settings, statistics, show FPS. A little small up there, but you can, oh boy. Oh no, that ain't good. That wasn't good at all. Let's try and lock in a little bit. Let's go Vulkan. What's the best shader compilation mode? I've always heard that, like, you know, hybrid Uber shaders are solid. Definitely want to compile shaders before starting. GG, big GG in the rotato. Welcome, my brother. How we doing? Let's stretch to window because we're built different. We're crazy like that. You came in when you heard save states. Yup. Hybrid. Okay, so hybrid Uber shaders. That's the vibe. Hell yeah. Kyle, you're my Dolphin whisperer. show me the way. You will guide us all to Dolphin perfection. Let's see if this works better. Usually Vulkan is better in terms of like performance for a lot of this emulation. So hopefully it gets us a little more FPS. You a real one. KR. Imagine Fortnite on this thing, Cyber. Oh, there's no way Fortnite's running on this thing. Also, this looks crazy stretched. But we're doing it. We're forsaking. FPS means full potato service. Full rotato service. Alright. Let's get our boy Slime in the mix. This thing, okay, so my impressions so far are one, this handheld takes a little extra love to get set up. I was not expecting that. I was naively hoping that this would be like, you know, a 30-minute setup, but in reality, it took a little closer to like an hour, hour and a half. It's a little bit quirky, but from a hardware perspective, I love the hardware. It feels, this is the metal version, and it feels really, really good. So far, it seems to be managing the heat pretty well. We haven't been exactly pushing this thing to the limit with consistent emulation yet, but we've been using it generally consistently for the last hour and a half. The D-pad is not very good. The diagonals are absolutely horrible, to be honest. They're some of the worst diagonals I've felt on an Anbernic D-pad. But the general D-pad feeling is pretty decent. It's just when it comes to those precise diagonals that it's just really bad. They could have seriously improved it, and I do anticipate that they'll improve it over the next coming months. Don't hold me to that. That ball is in Anbernic's court, and you know, we all know that they need to stay on their quota of 20 handhelds a month. So they'll probably just move on to the next one, but hopefully they do improve the D-pad at least, because it needs some improvement. The face buttons are pretty nice. They don't fully bottom out. As you can see, they have a short travel to them and a nice satisfying click. The D-pad, it kind of bottoms out, and it is pretty. The diagonals, it just feels like you're just mushing them. It doesn't feel like you're necessarily fully in control of that D-pad, unfortunately. Like, you see, I didn't mean to just jump off right there. I think that's a key example of why this D-pad feels like I'm kind of fighting against it a little bit, wiggling around. Also, shout out to Kyle. This performance is impeccable. This is actually really good at native resolution. Again, back to the D-pad. You can see I'm kind of squirreling all about here. If I were to run my very rigorous Crash 3 warped test, D-pad test, Crash would be flying all over the place. Because this D-pad is pretty ass. The shoulder buttons are pretty decent. I'm curious to try out the elevated ones after, taking this thing apart and inserting those. I'll probably do that after stream because I want to stay focused on performance and the kind of out-of-the-box hardware right now. The ergonomics are pretty damn solid. I'd say outside of this kind of very flat shelf back here, where it's a little bit hard to reach those L2 and R2, the general ergonomics of this are pretty freaking solid. I got, kind of medium to medium large paws. Not exactly jumbo mitts, but not really like pocket mitts either. So for me, I think that this is like a really nice kind of grip to it. It's it finds a nice middle ground of size, of being like substantial enough, but not, and also being pocketable. It's really in a nice little mid ground. Crazy. Did it come with a screwdriver? It did not. You have to. It's a BYOS. You got to bring your own screwdriver, homie. Seems like the screws are. Let me take a look. They seem like they're that star-shaped torque screws. I forgot what the like abbreviation is, but it's a little like, kind of circular star one. So you might need like a micro screwdriver kit. What's he saying? Run as fast as you can and perform a rolling attack. All right, yeah, sure. I'll roll into your wall. GG. Oh, Kyle, try 2x and widescreen patches. We ain't doing widescreen patches on this thing. Wait, is it gonna be one of those things where the widescreen patches like help it because it like rearranges the UI elements or something? Or are you setting me up to look like a doofus? Cyber, do you have any D-pads from other devices that would fit in that? Possibly feel better? I don't know. The thing that I feel like intuitively would be close would be something like an Anbernic RG D-pad. They feel very similar, but the RGDS feels better, to be honest. It's just the actuations are more accurate. So something tells me that they would be a good swap, but I can't quite say for sure, unfortunately. So I think that most likely you kind of got to stick with the D-pad. What are we doing here? We gotta boost up that brightness. There we go. Leaf. What about compared to 35XXSP? That D-pad also seems quite similar in size, as you can see. I think it's a little bit bigger, to be honest. Very slightly. It's also just way better. It's just a way better D-pad on the 35XXSP. This actually feels like you know exactly when you're going to hit each diagonal, and you can just feel it. With this one, this is a lot less controlled and mushy. All right, what are we doing? Keep swinging. Oh, nice. You can run F-Zero GX at 2 times 50 FPS. Just make sure dual core is enabled. Heck yeah. Wait. Did bro say keep thrusting? Nah, pause. Flag on the play, bro. Unk really said keep thrusting. Leafs, can you try Smash Melee? I didn't put Smash Melee on this because I saw that on muready.com people were not having good performance on it. So maybe actually with this configuration here, with the Dolphin developer mode and you know, dual core enabled and all that, maybe it's better and maybe it actually works. But Nimbus, welcome to the stream. Can you mirror screen to TV like the ad? I'm not sure if this does this do video out? Kyle, do you know? You seem pretty familiar with the T618. Does it do video? Does it support video out? All right, where's this goofy ass grandma at? Give me that shield. No video out. Yeah, I figured. That makes sense. No video out on this processor. So what you would have to do is, I think what you might be thinking of is that they were doing game streaming, local game streaming, where they were streaming from their PC to the handheld and using something like Moonlight or Artemis and Apollo. This is actually running shockingly well. I can't say much for the later areas of the game, but speaking of later areas of the game, I will say that the what the heck is that tree? The giant talking tree. It's basically the first island that you go to. that tree scene it brings handhelds to their knees. So that thing would probably be a slog to get through. But usually after that, I think that's like the kokery seed tree or whatever. After that, you should be all right. Yeah, we're hovering in that 30 range pretty well. This is Tutorial Island, so again, can't speak on later parts of the game. But again, I'm pretty dang impressed. Shout out to Kyle for the insider info. Let's drop a little quick save in here and hop over into, I heard that Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness runs pretty well. I don't know how long that intro scene is, I'm not gonna lie, but what I do want to try is a little bit of Paper Mario, because I am kind of a goblin for Paper Mario, especially 1000 Year Door. This is kind of like banger of the century. Nimbus, your search for the perfect pocket handheld continues. I'm with you. I'm also on the quest. So, maybe we'll find it eventually. Yeah, having video out would be sick. Well, we should soon get some more handhelds with with video out. Yo, Craig, thanks for the 5 bones, dude. A month from now, I'm checking with you to see if it replaces your GKD Pixel and 34XX SP. Well, I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is, in fact, replacing my 34XX SP. Will it replace the Pixel? I'm hopefully optimistic right now, because, man, when this thing is closed up, while it is a little bit of a chonker, like, it's not that much thicker than the Pixel 2. And it's so much more powerful. Like, look at this. We're kind of chilling with Paper Mario here. It's running Wind Waker. Like, the potential of this processor, it was running Twilight Princess earlier at 30 FPS. So the potential of the T618 processor is actually really exciting. So I'm pretty. I'm not gonna put all my eggs in this basket, but I am going to put this basket in my pocket and probably live with it for a while. It is so far I'm digging it, and I'm seeing why a lot of people are gravitating towards this. This is a pretty nifty little package for $100. Leaves, what was the battery when you started? 100%. What's it now? 61%. And we've been using it for about 2 hours. Not gaming on it the whole time. We were running an update and we were doing a bunch of junk for the first hour. But in terms of like swapping between games, running some decently demanding stuff like Twilight Princess and a little bit of Wind Waker there. General use, yeah, I'm not super impressed with the battery life, not gonna lie. I would have wished that it was closer to 70-75%, but that's what we get with a 2000 milliamp hour battery under here. That's like a third of a Retroid Pocket 6, and it's less than half of like a Retroid Pocket 5 or like a bigger RG handheld. It seems like 2000 milliamp hours is kind of all they could squeeze into this little package. Unfortunate for the algo gods. Shout out Craig. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate that, dude. That means a lot to me. 5 to 10 bones on deck. W's in the chat for Craig. Thank you, man. Got a lot of support tonight. I'm feeling the love. So thank y'all. Vegan screen looks crisp for sure. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty impressed with this screen. It is a 1:1 aspect ratio, so you can see I'm kind of being a demon. I'm being a little demon and stretching it. But from like a pixel aspect ratio, look at that. God damn. And the saturation too. This is a nice panel. They chose a really nice panel. Now, I know that the pixel response time of this screen is not great. I've heard that from like a pixel response time and like, again, precision stuff where it's like, you know, twitch reaction and you know, quick stuff. It's probably not great. And that also ties into the D-pad being kind of dog shit. It's just not a good D-pad. I don't love it. It feels decent at first, and then when you start the game on it, you realize that the diagonals, there's a ton of accidental diagonals. Definitely you know, docking points for that one on Anbernic. But the face buttons are pretty solid. Shoulder buttons are decent. The L2, R2, a little too flat out the rip. I wish that well, they did include the elevated buttons, so I'll probably swap those after. Cyber, gotta get some sleep. Good night. Good Zero or Tech, whatever your name is. Yo, hell yeah, dude. I'm stoked that the poll, the algo hit you. Thanks for hanging out, homie. Yeah, I really appreciate all your advice too. You a goat for this stream. Thanks, homie. I'll see you next time. Leaps, we need a contra test. I'm ashamed. I don't. Oh no. Fuck a contra test. We need the Paper Mario test. That was a horrible. Anyways, I don't have contra on here, unfortunately. But I got some other platformers like Mario. Dude, I found a bootleg vibe coded Android port of Celeste. So I want to try that out and see if that works at all. It's kind of a meme that it was vibe coded, but if it works, then cool. I mean, more ports the merrier, I guess. I saw the replies to it on this forum, and people were like, dude, you get to chapter 6 and it's fried. So that's the downside of vibe coding, is troubleshooting is usually out of the question. You know, it ends up just you end up just hitting a wall because you don't know how to solve the problems, because you never learned how to solve the problems, because you're letting the AI handle everything. So but I mean, it'll be fun if it actually works with controllers and stuff like that. All right, cool. Let's lock in. This is running great. Honestly, the big shouts out to Kyle Ruggles in the chat for the Dolphin developer version recommendation. This is handling Paper Mario 1000 Year Door really well. Oh, I wasn't handling his ass well right there. God damn. Bro just threw it back on me. Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. I should just start using the hammer instead. The hammer is so much more reliable with timing. Also, if any of y'all in the chat have never played Paper Mario 1000 Year Door and you like Mario and or RPGs, highly recommend. This game is a banger. This game is an absolute brochacho. Cyber, the ultimate brochacho. Leaf Animal Crossing. I think I gotta check which Animal Crossings I got on here. I got a bunch of other games, so maybe after this we'll take a gander at what other games I got. I know I loaded some 3DS on here. I put a couple PS2 games. Yeah, we're just gonna be running the gamut tonight. It's a Friday. F it. I've got an ice cold probiotic soda or prebiotic soda. So we're having a good night. We're getting a little loose. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. The humor in this game is A1. So I played this first like chapter of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door a bunch of times on a bunch of different handhelds, and I gotta say, for this price point and for this size especially too, this is handling it very, very well, hovering between 50 to 60 FPS. I think if we were to use the PAL version, the European version that maxes out at 50 FPS, then it'll probably be more consistent across the board. Then you wouldn't see those dips from 60 to 50 FPS and everything in between. But I gotta hand it to the T618 processor under the hood here. It's surprisingly good. What it needs is specific tweaking to get it to reach this level of performance. So whether that be using specific emulators, having the right settings, enable like the Vulkan renderer combined with the developer edition or the developer version of Dolphin. All of these things combined is really where the chipset can shine and play these more demanding games, like Gamecube and some PS2 library too. PS2 is a little harder to run usually, and I've found that Gamecube games are often they're just handled on these lightweight devices usually a little better. But when it comes to other platforms that this chipset can run, I would say that probably pretty reliably you can expect Dreamcast and PlayStation Portable. DS, no problem. Maybe some light 3DS games, we'll take a look at that. But when it comes to GameCube and PS2, maybe with the right emulators and the right settings, then you can actually squeeze some juice out of this thing. Android games, I was pretty surprised by Twilight Princess running at 30 to 35 FPS on average. That's a pretty solid frame rate for a pretty demanding game. That was a game that came out at the end of the GameCube life and beginning of the Wii's life. So that one definitely pushes the processor back then. Definitely pretty demanding. Shout out Goombella. Leaves. Leaves. This is really testing your patience. You wish yours would just arrive already. I feel that. I was feeling that for ages. Did you? I don't remember. Did you order yours directly from Anbernic or did you do an AliExpress order? Because I know that a lot of people who ordered on AliExpress got theirs just a smidgen faster. Anbernic was kind of slacking on their direct orders, not gonna lie. Kyle, I know you love tweaking, homie. We all tweaking tonight. Yeah, man, you say you got it dialed. Pretty stoked on that. I needed that. All right, let's do a little quick save here. And then we'll hop over into... Oh, we gotta hit a save lock. What am I doing? Yeah, so we are hovering right below that 60 FPS. I think that a PAL European ROM would be the move for Paper Mario, just to keep it at that consistent, 50 FPS full speed. Anyways, let's take a peek into... So we don't have Animal Crossing on Dolphin, unfortunately. Sorry about that, Leafs. But you know what we can do actually real quick is let me give y'all a little heat check. Oh no, we're zooming in. Holy smokes. Producer, what are you doing? I got a heat blaster. Let's take a look, because I'm feeling it heating up a little bit with that GameCube emulation. We'll start in Imperial Fahrenheit. So I was gripping on it. So some of this heat might just be from my sweaty palms. And by the way, that cable is for audio only. We're not charging it. Usually when you charge handhelds, they get hotter. So generally, we're hovering around that 97 to 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius, we're hovering around the mid 36 range for the most part. Pretty much across the board. Yeah, 35 to 36. And then up top here, very cool. You know, your fingers aren't going to be up there. On the front, this is the metal version too, so it probably dissipates heat just a little better than plastic. Plastic, usually you get harsher hot spots because it can't dissipate the heat as well. On the glass here, glass is definitely going to be a lot cooler because there's no processor under there. Down here, this is where the big kahuna is. Processor, all that jazz. I don't think there's any active cooling on this thing too. So we're really relying on heat, on like natural heat dissipation, and you know, whatever Anbernic is doing under the hood there. That back thing right there, that's not a vent. That's actually just a speaker grill. So it looks like we're looking at for you know, for some decent GameCube emulation and stuff like that. Hovering in that like high 90s for Fahrenheit and you know, upper mid 30s for Celsius, like 36 degrees and 97 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, Leafs. Yeah, exactly. The metal version should spread the heat a little more evenly. Now let's check out some. Let's take a look at some of the other. Yeah, here's that vibe coded Celeste that I was talking about. I don't know if it has controller support. We're gonna find out. This is just a total curveball across the board. I also don't know, like, you know, anything about. Yep, sure. I don't have any personal data on here, and if I do, then Anbernic has it too. Anyways, do what I say, not what I do. Let's take a look at this. Using the .NET WASM is the most complete port of the browser. .NET WASM. I don't know what any of that means. Anyways, Leafs, you bought it May 11th directly from Anbernic. Okay, yeah. So I bought mine the same day at 6 a.m. from AliExpress. I was almost going to check. I was like at the checkout of the Anbernic one. And then I was like, maybe I can get a better deal on AliExpress using some coupons and all that jazz. Yeah, Kyle, please wait while we gain access to your system and download all of the malware and take all of your information. Yeah, it's taking forever. I'm losing patience, not gonna lie. Let's see what else we got in here. We got Cinderbox. I was gonna take a look at that. That's a way to play the PC version of Stardew Valley on Android. Apparently it scales way better than the native Android version. You know what we do have here? We got Hollow Knight Silksong. Y'all want to take a peek at that? Play a little Silksong on a $100 Anbernic handheld. Yeah. Yeah, Kyle, I literally quit out more so for my own lack of patience. I'm just like watching it stay at 0%. Let's take a look at Silksong though. I'm curious how this runs. I don't know if it'll scale well to this 1x1 because obviously it's a game designed more for 16:9, you know, widescreen. But yeah, but we'll see. I'll take a peek regardless. Another game that is pretty fun, that's like an unofficial Android port, is AM2R. That's another Metroid 2 remake. That one is really well made. I'm curious if it has a 4:3 aspect ratio mode. I'm not sure, but all I know is that it looks really good. And there's a ton of just fun unofficial Android ports like Diablo 1, Portal, Half-Life. there's so many different Android ports that we can rip, and that will perform pretty dang well on this T618 processor here. As we saw, you know, it was handling GameCube pretty competently with the right emulator. Let's take a look. Ignore that. Ignore that. No. Get out of here. Can we skip it? Maybe this is all the app is, actually. It's just a giant advertisement. Let's see if it'll get past the splash screen. All right, we are in fact in another language. Hey, yo. You know what? We're going to get quirky with it. Oh, there we go. I thought it was going to be stuck in a foreign language. I was just about to pull out Google Translate. Oh, yeah. Off the rip. It's filling the screen. Fellas, are we back? Yo, Cyber's back. They couldn't sleep. Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully you can, I don't know, hang out and fall asleep to this. Maybe I can successfully bore the shit out of you. Let's see. All right. We've got 720 by 720 at 60 hertz. That is the aspect, the resolution of this display is at 720p by 720p. Pretty dang crispy for a 3.5 inch display. 720p, I think I got to run the numbers on that, but that's a pretty pixel dense display for this screen size. Now we're going to do a couple tweaks on the advanced settings side, where we're going to do blur quality. We're going to set it to low, and then we're also going to set the dithering to off, and then particle effects to low. Let's see how that looks. No, we need some dithering. No dithering looks awful. All right. It is, now I gotta tell you, I don't know if you can see, but this shit tiny as hell. So maybe once it gets into the game, it'll scale properly, but we're gonna find out together. Sure, F it. Yeah, it kind of looks good, I guess. Cyber, yeah, dog. This is Silksong. I'm silking my song on the RG Rotate. This is the native Android port of Silksong. I don't know if it's. I think that they got, you know, shut down on development, but as you might have saw when I launched the app, there's ways of getting it. So, you know. Find your legally acquired version of Silksong. Also, by the way, Silksong is a fucking amazing game. So please, you know, support the developers. They are doing some of the finest work in the indie game development scene. Absolute legends. They purposefully delayed the game because they didn't have like big corpo up their ass. And they could afford to just spend more time developing the game and make it better. Yeah, they're not like they're honestly, yeah, champs. Big shouts out to them. Now, what I do got to do actually is swap around some controls because I'm used to Xbox controller. So I'm going to do that to B, and then that swaps that to A. This goes to Y, and then that goes there. All right, let's rip and dip. All right, it's a little bit small. Definitely a little small with the 16:9 aspect ratio. You know what we can do is I think that we can scale it up actually. I think that we can do full screen. on. Actually, I don't know if we can. So this is definitely one of the ways to play Silksong. It says 60 FPS at the top. I'm gonna tell you straight up, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Chief. This ain't no consistent 60. This is like a 45. This is like a rough 45 at best. It smooths out at some points, but yeah, this is a little choppy. I'm streaming at 30 FPS, so you guys might not be able to fully soak in the frame pacing issues here. But yeah, this processor is definitely trying to punch a little above its weight class. Specifically on Silksong for the Android port. Honestly, I have played worse versions of Silksong. And that's basically the Android port on worse devices. However, gotta hand it to it. It is running and it's not doing too bad. It's kind of holding its own. Get that mossberry. Yeah, can you zoom in a bit? Yeah. Yeah. Let me punch in for y'all. How's that? We're in the mix. We're deep in it. I wish my eyes could see this close without holding the handheld in inches from my face. Brett and Jam, can you play Dead Cells? Yeah, I think that it'll be able to run Dead Cells better than Silksong, to be honest. Dead Cells is a much more optimized port, and it's also an official port. So, I don't think that I own it, to be honest, or have access to it immediately. But I would expect that a game like Dead Cells would be able to run pretty solid, considering that I actually was running the Portmaster version of it on my brick here. Let me actually freaking take a little detour. I'll show you that. You want to talk big games on small handhelds? Check this shit out, homie. This was my pocket handheld for a while, and now the processor in this little guy is trying to get this shit off the screen. I think it's dead, actually. Yeah, this one I'll need to charge. But the processor in here is like infinitely less powerful than the T618 processor and the RG Rotate. So I'm very excited to have a handheld that is super pocketable and also like pretty dang performant. Like, this isn't a performance powerhouse. I wouldn't call it that, but it is pretty freaking good. I'm expecting that we'll be able to run some N64 pretty solidly, like maybe some Dreamcast too, consistently. Oh yeah, check this shit out. A little 1-2. Just a little sum from my bag of tricks. So you can see that we're kind of hovering between 30 and then 60. It's not quite landing on either one confidently. So that's where I'm kind of netting out at. This feels like an inconsistent 40. Leaf, can you test some DS? Yes, I can. We'll take a look at some DS maybe after this. Pop into some DS and then maybe we'll do some PS2 after that. Kind of just surfing all around these consoles. Yeah, I think that this stream I'm feeling a little more loosey goosey this stream. Just kind of checking out all kinds of stuff that we can do on this little rotating handheld. All right, this is This is what separates the boys from the big fellas. Oh fuck. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I'm ass right now. I might just tank the hits, I'm not gonna lie. I'm dialed, I'm dialed. There we go. Subway Surfers. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm running Subway Surfers on my RG Rotate. Rotating my last brain cell. You can play Killer Instinct on arcade, Tekken 2, 3D MAME titles. Nice. I haven't, to be honest, Kyle, I haven't gotten too deep into MAME emulation specifically. I usually kind of stick to my familiars with GameCube, 3DS, some PS2, Nintendo DS, obviously, like Dreamcast. I'm much more familiar with kind of the home consoles. MAME has always been a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, so I definitely got to get a little more into that. I want to try out some of that stuff. Burn Jam. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped on the general performance of this thing. Again, it's not exactly a jaw-dropping chipset. This isn't gonna, shake the earth. This isn't a new newfangled chipset, or even something that's kind of like a gold standard, like the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. Everybody loves that chip. This isn't like a fan favorite. This is just a solid workhorse that is coming in at a very good price, especially these days as handhelds are just going up and up and up in price. The RG DS, one of Anbernic's other recent handhelds, had an RK3568 processor in it, which is leagues below this T618. And that thing is also $100, albeit you do get 2 screens. But for $100, the performance that we're getting on this thing is actually really nice. I think that the Anbernic RG Vita has the same processor, not the Vita Pro. The Vita Pro has like a kind of weirdly, it's like a weird step up. I think it's like an RK, it's another rock chip, I think. Not entirely sure, don't hold me to that. But let's hop out of Silksong and take a look at what some DS games might look like on this square-ass screen. I can't get enough of the Anbernic clock background. This is so goofy. This is so head-ass. All right, let me settle in a little bit here. How do you like this this zoom range, by the way? Do you want to see more controller, or do you guys like how seeing all the screen and all that stuff? Y'all are the captains now. I'm just gaming. I'm in game mode. The RG Vita's performance is pretty bad for a T618. Yeah. I was talking with the Fox and Save State last week, and we were talking in the green room about how just the Vita just fell flat. I mean, Anbernic, God, they really mailed it in with the RG Vita. Brett and Jam, how do the buttons feel? The face buttons feel pretty solid. I really have no complaints about this. However, the D-pad, I have quite a few complaints. Mostly that the diagonals feel awful. They're very, you get a bunch of accidental diagonals, and they're quite inconsistent as well. Does it come with songs? Leafs, it doesn't come with songs. It doesn't seem like it does. I think part of that is because it only has 32 gigs of internal storage, and half of that is already eaten up by the apps. So you're kind of relying on that micro SD card slot to load up your own songs on there. But it does come with a bunch of cool song players, like these interfaces. you can load up like all these different custom interfaces and play your jams in like pretty cool ways. I haven't done too much noodling around with that, mostly because pretty much every song would get me copyright striked and I'd have to mute that part of the stream. So for that reason, we're gonna be gaming a little more instead. Now let's hop into ESDE. I want to try downloading that theme again. Hopefully it downloads faster. This default theme is just pretty lame, and I really like the iconic theme. I don't know why. There we go. Let's try this again. If it takes forever, there we go. Now it's actually chugging pretty well. It was hanging at 1% earlier in the stream, and I ain't got the patience for that. So when we spent the first hour of stream setting up the handheld, I'm not gonna sit here and wait for a dang theme to download. So hopefully this runs a little faster. Kyle, great MP3 player. Yeah, I mean, especially with a compatible dongle. Yeah, you kind of need that compatible dongle, to be honest, because there's no front firing speakers on this damn thing. It fires away from your ears. So you're really relying on either good Bluetooth headphones. For music specifically, you shouldn't really be gaming with Bluetooth headphones, or at least anything like with important timing. Those will all be pretty bad. So this is ESDE. It's a paid front end. It's a couple bucks. I think it's like $5.50 maybe, or maybe like $5. And we're putting on the iconic theme. Now check this shit out. I love how the iconic theme scales to this to 1x1 screens and like 4x5 as well. Let's also turn off this touch input. There we go. Look at this. Look at this shit, y'all. God damn. It looks so good. I personally just love this. Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, this is just like, it's just my vibe. I personally love it. I do need to scrape all this stuff afterwards, like scrape the cover arts and you know, and the ratings and all that jazz, like get all the information. So that stuff I'll do off stream because it takes a while. Usually what I like to do is scrape that overnight. So you have to make like a screen scraper account in order to like scrape the box art. But then you just select like all your systems, and then you kind of just let it cook overnight, and it'll get all your album, like all the cover art, box art, manuals, all the fun stuff. Now let's take a look at some DS games. I'm curious how they have it set up. I think off the rip, I want to try Dawn of Sorrow. Kind of a geek for Castlevania. And again, if any of y'all think that this is, you know, too zoomed in, or if the volume's too low, just let me know. All right, we're hanging out tonight. We're in the mix here. You know, it's not in the mix. RetroArch. Absolutely not. Let's fix that. We're gonna go to other settings, alternative emulators, and then for Nintendo DS, we're gonna set it to, I think it's DraStic, is what's pre-installed on here. Let's see if that's right. Kind of winging it. Hello. Yes. Try one more time. It should be pre-configured because it was pre-installed. But man. There we go. Oh, DraStic is weird. It switches from B to A. Oh, that is awful. Anbernic, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're gonna get that touch screen off the screen. That is crazy. What are we going to do for that? I think virtual gamepad. And then we just disable all. Can we just disable all of it? External controller. Why are we seeing this on screen? What's the deal? Edit screens in virtual pad. Okay. Landscape full screen. Select screen layout, landscape full screen. And then we want to hide that. There we go. All right, this is pretty massive. I don't like this. I didn't mind it in GameCube, but oh, this looks awful here. We're gonna do landscape aspect. I like how they just squished it. I like how they just squished it, made it a little oval. This has enough power to DraStic and RetroArch. Hockey's not. Ooh, that's pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know if it's like configured in RetroArch. I figured that they just have their emulator configured, but pretty sweet to just keep it all in RetroArch if you like that. I got a bit of a love-hate relationship with RetroArch, to be honest. Which, speaking of, we gotta set that up together after this. I got some fun tips. All right, there we go. Oh. Tanking the hits. Why the white bars? That's what I'm wondering. I'm gonna probably turn those off. That's a default thing. And also, yeah, let's try and just turn those off together here. Options. Probably let's do. It's probably edit screen, and then we do here, menu, set background image, remove image. And then we save as global layout. I'm going to save it for current game in case I want to go back. This looks way better. I also wish I could change the opacity of that. But wait, what the hell did I just do? Hey, yo. DraStic standalone is a little funky. Super Mario 64 DS and Animal Crossing Wild World would be peak. Yeah, I mean, we can also run I think we can run the regular Super Mario 64, and but yeah, Wild World would be pretty peak on this thing. Just having Wild World on a little thing in your pocket. I was running it on my GKD Pixel 2, that little green handheld that I showed y'all earlier. That's where I was playing Wild World. I think I logged like a couple hours in that thing. Yeah, this is running no problem. It actually looks pretty great too. This 3.5-inch screen seems to scale pretty well for 4:3 aspect ratio stuff. Obviously there's some room on the top and bottom that's not ideal, but it's still big enough to where it's like pretty solid. Now, I probably wouldn't want to play games that need both the screens at the same time, because that would look like this. I mean, that's not terrible, actually. I wish that there was like a black DS background down there, though. But that didn't stand out as much. Yeah, overall the D-pad and buttons feel pretty decent with this game. It's not too crazy. I think analog stick games is where the D-pad really kind of falls apart because it's not that precise. Yeah, Brendan Jam, we're actually playing that hack. This is the Donosara Definitive Edition. It's my favorite way to play Donosara. Let me see if I got a short sword. Just kind of beef up a little bit here. So this is Donosara Definitive Edition. You can see that it kind of recolored the boss a little bit, and it doesn't require the touchscreen for that, like, you know, the breaking the ice or doing the seals or anything like that. And while this does have a touchscreen, I think that this is the better way to play Dawn of Sorrow, is without having to think about doing the stupid ass touchscreen gimmicks. The ice is probably easier. You can also use the touchscreen on the ice and all that stuff, but there's like, you know, you don't need to. See, there you go. It just does it automatically. And that's why I like Dawn of Sorrow Definitive Edition. This is also, you can also get the same exact thing with the Dawn of Sorrow D-Patch mod. And same deal goes for the Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. Those also have D-pad patch mods that remove the requirement for using the touchscreen entirely. Honestly, Claymore kind of goated in this game. Just gotta get the timing right, and then, oh, this thing is slugging. Except for when you fall right on a mob. Alright, let's save, and let's skedaddle. Yeah, DraStic standalone is a little funky. It has some quirks to it. All right, what's another DS game that we can play? Ooh, a little bit of one of the finest Mario Karts. Mario Kart DS. This is CTGP Nitro. This is a banger game. I don't know why it's not launching into DraStic from ESDE, but oh, that's a problem for another time. All right, let's change our layout off rip. Let's do select screen layout. That wasn't bad. Oh. Wait a minute. And then, there we go. Kind of weird, but sure. And then don't show that. Is this name? No, it is not my name. My name is Slime. Slime Star, to be exact. Bread and jam. Man, you're a pro at this. We're dialed in. DraStic is better than Melon DS. I think it just runs way better on lower end hardware. Melon DS kind of tends to struggle on like, you know, lower and even some medium performance chips. Create a custom emblem? Absolutely not. We're not gonna do that. All right, let's run at 150. Wario. We'll chuck it in the standard DK. All right, this is where things get fun. So with CTGP Nitro, it's a ROM hack of Mario Kart DS that adds in a bunch of custom tracks and stuff that was like, you know, made by community map makers, brought over from different games and all kinds of different stuff. It's pretty rad. Maybe we'll do Mario Circuit. John, you plan to place a 1.5 terabyte into your RG Rotate. Let's go. That'll be wild. All right, let's rip and dip. Oh, fried. We're fried. Ain't no recovering from this one. Oh, no. I'm selling. I'm a salesman. All right, we gotta lock in. It gave me a pity super shroom. All right, fellas, we're regaining. We are locking in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything's coming up Monto. From last to first. And then back to second, huh? Getting that asshole. Get back here. Big Yosh. God damn, Yoshi's going crazy. Oh, we are so good. We're so back. Ba, 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 da, ba. Light work. Light work, Wario. All right, so Mario Kart DS runs great. A DS game seemed like they actually run just very comfortably. I was expecting nothing less, and they also look pretty dang good, especially because this is a 1:1 aspect ratio. You got enough screen, you got enough real estate to tuck that screen down there. You can't really see what's on it, but at least you can switch between the screens when you need to. Let's see what else we got. We got Super Mario 256. This is a Super Mario 64 DS remake. Yeah, I was messing around with that one. That was kind of weird. What's another? Let's maybe hop over into some 3DS emulation. I'm very curious about that. They included Citra and Azahar. I've seen people testing out Azahar. Now, one thing we gotta do is give it all of our stuff. And then point it to emulators. And do 3DS. Azahar. Oh, whoop. Not an emoji. Azahar. Give it that. And then for apps, this is the ROMs. So we're going to point that to our ROMs folder. Specifically the N3DS within there. All right, let's see what we got. Let's try out Link Between Worlds. Just with the default stock settings. Leafs, do you have Wild World on the SD card? I don't think I do. I gotta double check, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't, unfortunately. I think given how it performed with Mario Kart and Dawn of Sorrow, I would expect that Wild World would actually look pretty great on here. Now let's toggle all of those off. Oh no. This ain't good. Yep. 3DS machine right here. Yeah. We ain't making it out on the menu with this one. Oi, oi, oi. No, I'm good. I think we're good here. Yeah. Yeah, that one was rough. Pokemon X? Well, let's see what the deal is here. Graphics. First off, let's switch to Vulkan. That'll probably give us a little bit better. Enable async, sure. Cache. Are we at 1x rate native? Okay, we are. Cool. And then for layout, we should do stacked. Yeah, let's do stacked. And let's give that a whirl. Maybe with Pokemon. 3DS is a no-go unless you purchase a 1X player or something. Or, I mean, even like an AYN Thor as well. But yeah, I think in this $100 range, I'm not expecting too much. All right, let's do... How do we... What do we do here? Portrait. Original. How do we switch to portrait mode? I'd love to lock in. Rotate screens upright? No. Landscape screen layout. That ain't it. Whoa, there we go. Okay. I did something. I smacked a couple things and now we're here. So yeah, all right, let's do it. Let's see if Pokemon X can handle the heat. All right, a little bit of a struggle there. Let's go. We're so back. Nope. I want to see if I can get a little frame rate. Oh, when I said little frame rate, I didn't mean literally. All right. Tiny frame rate. How do we skip through this? Come on now. Honestly, if we can run any 3DS games on something this small and pocketable, that would be pretty sick. You know the drill, fellas. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Slime. Star. Is that the right start? Yeah, sure. Ryan! What up? How we doing? Oh my god, that's crazy. Yo, Cyber, you're so back. You did it. You did the thing. That is in fact my name, Slime Star. Yes, sure. Trace Bien, sure. All right. This is all fun and dandy, but we're gonna see. We're about to find out if it can really handle the X factor. Okay. Not too shabby. Let's rock. All right, get some intermittent stutters. Where's the mirror at? That's the mirror, right? Oh, maybe we have to... Where's the mirror? Oh, I gotta go upstairs, huh? So to enable and disable the virtual joystick, that's just a D-pad to analog stick toggle. All you gotta do is press the power button and volume up at the same time. And that will instantly toggle between D-pad mode and analog stick mode, which will be pretty helpful for 3DS games. Ryan, do you prefer the metal or plastic version and why? Well, so I don't have the plastic version to directly compare, but I am kind of a goblin for metal handhelds. As you can see, I kind of gobble them up. This is the DreamUI Brick Hammer. It's all metal. I also got the Anbernic RG Nano over here, and then I got the GKD Pixel 2 over here. They're all metal handhelds. I love metal handhelds. I think they're great, and they're very premium feeling. So the same kind of applies to this handheld. The RG Rotate has a soft brushed metal finish in this silver edition. So I think it just feels really good. It also dissipates the heat pretty well, so it spreads it out instead of getting pretty serious hotspots on a lot of plastic handhelds with toasty chipsets. So this tends to spread heat more evenly, but in general, I think the best aspect of having a metal RG Rotate is just that it feels like really premium. Now we're running pretty decently at 30 FPS here. This is Pokemon X. I'm curious once we get into some battles, how that'll start looking. We're running this in Azahar at native resolution. Nathan Gonzalez here, happy camper with the result. I'm also pretty happy with this. I mean, yeah, there's a couple FPS dips here and there. But for the most part, I mean, this first part of Pokemon X is pretty solid. I'm curious how it'll hold up in late game, because usually those parts of a lot of games are less optimized. So there might be, more geometry on screen. There might be more stuff that they need to render, more performance required. So that's where some frame rates can often dip down a little bit. Usually games are pretty ironed out and buttoned up in the first act. But yeah, so far this is pretty promising, I'm not gonna lie. What's a S-Meister? Sure. Yeah, S-Meister's kind of cool, I guess. Slime Meister. All right, now I don't know if this is like the regular color of Froakie, but there was a bug with Azahar and emulators where Froakie looked like the shiny Froakie. It was pretty much on. It was literally on like every Azahar emulator, and when I first encountered it, I thought it was just like I thought it looked normal. I'm not familiar with Pokemon X, so I ended up picking Fenneking. And then later I thought that it was a shiny that I missed, and I just was a dumbass and didn't pick the shiny. And then after that I realized that it was just an emulation bug. So per usual, I'm gonna pick Fennekin. Does the notch on the back hurt your finger? No, not really. This little notch right here. Oh no. No, it doesn't really bother me that much. I honestly didn't even notice that it was there until you just mentioned it. That's how much it doesn't really feel like anything. It's maybe that's just me. But yeah, personally, I honestly, and now I can't unnotice it. Now I'm just feeling that notch. Yeah, I think unless you go out of your way to just kind of, grind up on that notch, it really just feels like an edge of a device. Nothing too noticeable, to be honest. But oh yeah, TechTweet mentioned it. I gotta watch TechTweet's review on it. I honestly haven't watched any reviews on this. I think maybe I watched Russ's original review. I gotta check out TechTweets though, and like some other people's opinions on it. Would you like to give your Pokemon name? Yeah. You know how I'm gonna name it? Bentley. Oh. Here we go. Ryan, you're good. Yeah, no, I notice it now, but I mean that's ideal. I would like to notice as much of the device as I can, so thank you for pointing that out. Pause. I don't know what you're pausing about. It's just the name of my Pokemon. Oh really? Yeah, leaves. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean, you guys are all getting like this just unfiltered reactions right now, to be honest. I unboxed it on stream for the first time. I took it out to take the thumbnail photo, and then I put it immediately back in because I didn't want to, spoil any of my impressions before stream. I wanted to kind of experience it with you guys all together, so we can all kind of like get familiar with this, and I can answer any questions, and you guys can see like what the out of the box experience is like, with little to no setup, because a lot of people won't do a lot of the setup that reviewers like to do, including myself. I like to do a lot of setup on handhelds to like make them my own and customize them and configure them before even reviewing sometimes. So this is really just like a raw, unfiltered kind of first impressions stream. And I guess so far my first impressions are very positive of this thing. The biggest two downsides, in my opinion, are the lack of a 3.5mm headphone jack. Using this dongle is quite annoying and cumbersome, and it also means that you can't charge it at the same time because, we're pushing this thing to its limit, and we're down to 30% charge. So there's going to be a point where I have to switch over to charging, and I don't know if it'll be able to charge and do audio out at the same time. I'm going to try using a dongle, but we'll find out. And then the other big downside, in my opinion, is this D-pad. I think that it's not really a good D-pad, and the diagonals are pretty awful. And they're very inconsistent. There's a lot of accidental diagonals, and I think that it could use some improvement. It's not the worst D-pad I've ever used in my life, but It's far from the best. And it's not good. So, yep, that's Meister. Oh, sure. Leon, Zoe, Armando, Dish, handheld hoarder. Yo! Handheld hoarder. If just because you can do DS doesn't mean you should on the Rotate. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Leaf's going to Mexico soon, so hopefully it arrives before that. I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, you said it was stuck during tracking. That sucks. Hopefully it gets out of there. So while this might look normal sized with a zoomed in camera, let me show you guys what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at. And even further back actually, because I'm not sniffing the camera. But this is actually like still pretty readable. Like I can read it just fine. Leaf, yeah. Perfect for definitely. This is like and honestly, I'm with you there. I think that this will be my new travel handheld. I think it'll take the place of the brick hammer, because when it's extended out, it's got a bigger screen. It's got like, you know, the same metal feeling, and it's just a rock solid. It's also got way more power too. The brick hammer was my usual like flight handheld. That and the Thor, depending on how I was feeling, like which one I was felt like playing on. But I think this is gonna be my my go-to for flights, just for some light gaming. And then if I want like any like big heavier stuff, then the Thor is just perfect for that. You can tuck it in your pocket, and it's got like a lot of power under the hood too. Even the Thor Lite is actually pretty solid because it's got the same performance as a Retroid Pocket 5. So you're still getting all that, you know, like less upscaled 3DS and plenty of DS and all that stuff too. So did I pass the sniff test yet? You should first go home to help somebody prepare with your journey. Yeah, about that. We're not going to do that. We're just going to save and check out some other games. What did I do? What did I do? How do I save? Is that here? No, that definitely ain't it. No, that's Pokemon. And then this. Pokédex, probably? That looks crazy. What about that? God damn, where's the save button? Maybe that? Trainer? Battle trade, battle spot. There we go. Is the last one. Holy smokes. It took all my brain power. All right, let's save. Wait a minute. There we go. Quick save. Quick save. Oh. Ayo? Ayo? Bro? Okay, well, don't rely on save states immediately, I guess. What the hell? Let's see if it crashes again. I think that might have been the 3 gigs of RAM just losing its mind. All right, once we're in the mix, we're in the mix. Now let's try save state again. Okay, well, no save states in Azahar. That's cool, I guess. Or at least in Pokemon X. Yikes. That's unfortunate. Well, whatever. Let's get out of there. Can do Kirby Planet Robobot will not hold up. Link Between Worlds was pretty awful on OpenGL. Let's try Vulcan real quick. And then we'll check out maybe a little PS2. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, exactly. It has only 3 gigs of RAM. A glorious 3 gigabytes. That is that's all they're giving us here. Really, I'm hoping that Gamma OS can come to this pretty soon. All right, a little funky. All right, here we go. You know the drill. Slime. Oh. Yeah, a little funky with the audio there, but... yeah, we're definitely getting 1,300 frames per second. Yeah, we're good. Is the RG Rotate canonically the most powerful retro handheld? We're getting 1,362 frames per second. Don't buy a Steam Deck. Buy RG Rotate. Don't buy Steam Machine. Watch this before you buy Steam Machine. Average internal monologue of a YouTuber. Leafs Leaf. Link's Awakening DX. Yes, absolutely. Would look so good on here. I actually have another nifty port of Link's Awakening DX called Link's Awakening DX HD. So we're going to take a look at that actually after this, because why not? We're in the Zelda spirit. Wait, this actually this is actually cooking. Wait a minute. Hey, yo, a little bit stuttering, but like, are we cooking with grease right now? Okay, the inconsistent audio skipping is kind of ass. But let's see how much we can cook here. I also kind of want to see if I can scale up that top part. And then we'll go settings, layout. And then for portrait, how do we do custom? Yeah, custom. Portrait custom layout. Can I just fill it out? 380. Sure. I don't know. I'm freestyling it right now. Let's see what happens. Did it work? That did not work. Layout. Portrait. Oh, that's the... I'm a doofus. Bottom screen. Okay. Bottom screen height. Let's try 480. 640 by 480. We're gonna freaking chop that in half, maybe. Let's see what happens. 640, that's 320 by 240. Yep. No. 320 by 240. And then it's not doing nothing. The hell? Whatever. I'll noodle around with that later. Oh, I gotta save. Yeah. So it's not, it's almost consistent. And I'm curious if it'll smoothen out more as you play it more. And it caches more of like the textures and all that stuff, the shaders. Blew his stack. Can you give me the sword? I would like the sword. Oh. All right. All right, struggle a little bit for a second there. I'm not gonna make a save state because we all know what happens. There's a save state. I'm also I think that the layout is a little bit confused because you saw that loading Triforce on the right there. That was a little suspicious. Hey, bud. Howdy, partner. This is honestly not that bad. Kind of smooths out. All right, let's rummage around. Yeah, similar to Pokemon X. I mean, it's early game stuff, but it's running pretty decently. I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to do. I wasn't really paying attention. Rotate could run Switch emulation, no problem. I've heard that it can run a couple Switch games, and so with that, we might take a little peek at that. To get to the sanctuary, head along the castle's moat. All right, we'll do it. We'll ride the moat. Yeah, I'm curious. I think that with Eden's, you know, with all of Eden's performance optimizations, that that a couple lightweight Switch games like A Short Hike, Fez, like very lightweight indies, maybe Dave the Diver. Actually, Dave the Diver is a little more demanding than other games. Probably Animal Well would be a solid option. So I think I put those 3 games, you know, not Dave the Diver, but I put a Short Hike, Fez, and Animal Well. I put those on here, so we can take a gander. I don't know how good 16:9 is gonna look. Widescreen on a 3.5 inch 1:1 aspect ratio handheld. Might be a little bit small, but we can take a peek. Yeah, this intro bar is very long, so I'll probably hop out of here. After this little cutscene. What sword? Whoa. Alright, whenever there's items involved, it seems to kind of struggle a little bit. Alright, very funky. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. When the rubber meets the road, it gets a little funky. Yeah, I would say that this is barely playable, because it is it's struggling. Torch that up. Yeah, the diagonals aren't great on this D-pad. They're pretty annoying, to be honest, because there's a lot of accidental diagonals when you're trying to, you know, nudge yourself in a certain direction. Green Pro Tag! What up, dude? Artemis Apollo with custom virtual display and Steam Big Picture one. Yo! I was thinking about that. I was like, should I get a local streaming setup for this stream? And then I was like, no, I've already got my work cut out for me putting together all the ROMs for all these different systems and choosing the right ones that'll play well with this handheld before stream. All right, let's try doing a save state here again. Something tells me it's just not gonna work, but yeah. So save states in this build of Azahar just aren't playing well with the RG Rotate, unfortunately. We're also at 20% battery life, so we're gonna have to switch over to charging soon. Actually, I'm probably gonna let me try that real quick. Let me see what the dealio is here. Now I have here's what I'm thinking. I got a little power, like a little power and audio thingy, but I don't know if it'll work. I also don't know where I put it. All right. In the meantime, let me throw on a little something for your eyeballs. I think it's in my nightstand, so I'm gonna go take a look. But in the meantime, here's Dusklight. BRB. returned with the milk. Let's take a gander. This is a red magic dongle that has 3 things. It's also beat to shit. It's got charging, something out, video out maybe, and a little headphone jack in the middle. I'm gonna try and do the impossible here. I'm gonna try and charge and do audio out at the same exact time. And to do that, we're gonna need to cut the game audio so you guys don't get blasted. Also, check this shit out. You ready? Hey yo. Did I lock it by accident? All right, check this shit out. You ready? Automatically locks. Automatically unlocks. Lock. Unlock. So sick. All right, anyways, enough distracting myself. Okay, so I need a... We're gonna build a little rig here. We're building. Got my USB extension. This is why this is how I earned the tech in Monto Tech. You're getting some lore right here. All right. So we're gonna take this dongle here. I'm gonna plug it into a USB-C extender. Plug that into the back of here. Plug the audio cable into here. And then we're gonna plug a charger. Gonna route the charger into the back of here and then plug that into this little sucker. Theoretically, that would charge. But it's not charging. It's only reading the headphone. So maybe for that we need to... Wait a minute. No, it's not. Dang it. So close. Let me try checking out the developer options. I'm going to scrub down to default USB config, file transfer, P2P, USB. All right. Let me try the other port. I think it might be chalked. I think you might have to pick your poison. Does it charge without? What about if I do this? Yeah, we're getting fancy here. Let's throw on the vibes. It's a long ass cable. Long ass plug. Oh, wait, hold up. Yo. All right, that's charging. Now what if I do this? Does it give me headphones? Does not give me headphones. All right. Oh. Yeah, and when you get headphones, then it turns off charging. So it seems like it's incapable, at least from my setup, of doing audio and video at the same time. At least through this dongle here. When you unplug the audio, and then you plug back in the video, then it seems to charge. We got the little power charging at the top, and then when you try to plug in audio, then it either turns off the charging or it keeps charging and it doesn't do audio out. Unlucky. So you know what that means. That means that we gotta charge it for a little bit. And let's keep some vibe music going, maybe. We can go no music too. Whatever y'all are feeling. Let me chuck this back onto the dongle. Let's juice this thing up a little bit while we play a little bit of some Switch. Let's try that out. That sounds a little crazy. I have no clue how Switch is gonna run on here. Shot in the dark. But actually, before we do Switch, let me show you guys something pretty cool. If you're a fan of Zelda, like me, I'm a bit of a nerd. Me and Green Protag, we bonded over Zelda games, Zelda ports, because there's so many good Zelda ports. Check this out. So there is a Link's Awakening DX Android port called Link's Awakening DX HD. You can make it yourself. You gotta just find the files, and then it's a little APK. All you gotta do is just prove it. Yo, Green Protag. Yeah. Someone needs to come out with an atomic purple shell. Oh, that shit would be so good. That would be crazy. I'd get so hyped on that. Imagine this with an atomic purple, like some transparent vibe would be so sick. Whoa, that's tiny. Can I scale it up? Graphics. What does that say? All right, I'm looking. Enhance. Try 4. And then we'll do auto detect there. All right, let's try and rip that. This is tiny as shit, goddamn. Enhance. In reality, enhance is just bringing it closer to your eyes. It's just enhance brings handheld 2 inches from face. You know the deal. Did I do? Wait, what did I do? Oh, I didn't do create file. I'm a dumbass. God damn. Here we go. All right, let's rip it. Now, dude, this is so small. What the hell? Okay, I'm using my actual eyeballs. Sorry, y'all. Enhance. Dehance. Dehance. I could really use a closer menu, fam. This isn't that bad. It's so small. What's with the resolution scaling? I don't know, Green Protag. It's like, it's shrimpy. It's so small. Why is it so small? I can't read anything. Usually this is the part where it's supposed to be like, oh, whoa, this looks so cool on a handheld like that, because you can just like, you can just zoom out and see everything. But the problem is we're too zoomed out. We can't. Oh, you wanted to zoom out, huh? You wanted to. You want us to see the whole map while you play? Yeah, no, that's cool. We can do that. We can... This is Link's... This is once Link has been awoken. Then he can see everything. He can see literally everything. And I can see nothing. Because god damn, this is so small. What is this? A handheld for ants? What is this? A game for ants? Yeah, this is good. I think I'm gonna do a whole playthrough like this. Yep. Who needs eyeballs? Yo, I can't see where the sword is. What the hell? Where am I? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. We're good. All right. So let me show you a little something. This is how it's supposed to look. Let me pull it up. You know, you put it on like a phone or something, and it looks sick as hell. Like it looks cool. Just a slight difference. There's just a slight difference between this and that. Anyways, so needless to say, we skip through all that, and then we can do the video enhance. Here we go. Michael Benny, you tune in at the right time. We've officially kicked it off. This is the never-ending Zelda-thon. Oh, you said enhance. You guys said enhance. I thought you wanted it enhanced. God damn it. Oh, there's probably text scaling. There's probably a lot of things. But we're out of here. All right. So yeah, so that's Link's Awakening DX HD. It looks a lot better on like widescreen handhelds and like phones and stuff like that. Let's hop on over into what were we looking at? We checked out some 3DS. We've taken a look at a little bit of DS. Maybe we can do some PS2. No, I want to do PS2 with audio on. Maybe a little bit of N64. I'm curious how this actually performs. Because having a little pocket N64 would be pretty tight. All right, let's add to ROMs. I've also got some PlayStation 1 games on here too, if you guys want to see those. You can totally check those out. Did we already try Pico 8 Android? We haven't. I actually don't I haven't done too much Pico 8 stuff. I need to get, you know, a little more deeper into that world. I also got to like pick up Explorer and just like try Pico 8 more. I've done some light Pico 8 with like fake 08 emulation, just like playing Celeste, and I think that was the only Pico 8 game I've ever played. So I think that, you know, a 1x1 screen like this, ooh, that's what we were going to test out. We're going to try out a little bit of like Game Boy Color 1x1 screen game emulation. So let's first start by setting up RetroArch, and I'll show you guys how I like to configure it, because I have a pretty particular way of setting it up. First off, I mean, first things first is we got to change the theme here. This thing looks like ass. I'm also noticing that the A, B buttons are swapped, so I want to change those as well. So first things first, let's swap those. Menu controls, we're going to disable that. And then now we're going to go into user interface appearance. Actually, user interface, and then scroll down to the bottom here. Menu. We're going to do XMB. It's going to look super sick. Now, let's move scale up to 1x scale. It's gonna look a little big, but once we refresh, then it'll do the XMB menu and it'll look pretty sick. So because we've updated those, let's hop into our config file, save current config, and then quit out. Now we're gonna relaunch it. All right, 1x resolution was actually not enough, so we're gonna scale it up even more. I think we gotta fine tune this a little bit. I think there's a setting for buffering for like the distance between the thingies. Vertical fade, layout, console, handheld. There we go. Yeah, that's better. So now we got it in the handheld mode. Let me drop down the brightness so you guys can see a little better. And we're cruising. We're already at 35% charge. Let's go. Let's go. Algebra. Do you have a video on how you like to set your emulator setup? Unfortunately, I don't. I scripted out this whole thing like a year and some change ago. And I never ended up making it, and now it is so outdated, and I've learned so many things, so I should just buckle down and make something. But until then, y'all just gotta roll with me on this one. just take some tips from this. I mean, a lot of it is yeah, my personal preference. Like I like the purple with like the wavy background. And having this like this like XMB theme, and then for on-screen notifications, I'm pretty particular about like the ones that I like. Yeah, there's a lot of on-screen notifications, notification visibility. Now, unfortunately, the handheld layout here is a little bit funky. I think let's go to appearance. Let's try scaling it down a little bit more so we can actually see what's going on the side. Yeah, it's still a little bit small. I think I want to change the distance buffer between. I don't really know how to do it. But yeah, I kind of like my handhelds to kind of look like a little PlayStation vibe going on, at least in RetroArch, because RetroArch's default theme is it's so drab. So a fun thing that we can do is like set up retro achievements for some like in-game achievements on retro consoles. Those are pretty sweet. Another thing that we got to do is we got to see what cores are installed. It looks like they just installed every core possible. So that's something, I guess. They just said, F it, we're going to install every single core for you. That's probably why the setup took like half an hour for it to even like, you know, update and set up and everything. For anything else, I mean, there's not too much else that we got to We gotta change. We could do Vulkan for better shader support versus GL. I'm not sure how the T618 handles Vulkan versus GL shaders. So we're gonna start with GL, and then we'll take it from there if we want to get fancy with some fancy shaders. Now I'm gonna go ahead and save the config, and then I think let me check in on save options here. I do like auto save state and auto load state. Those are pretty nifty, and having a little save state thumbnail is pretty fun too. When it comes to save states, I usually like having a limit on them. So where is it? It's increment save state automatically, and then we set it to like 10 save states. Usually you'll never need more than like 5, but I like to do 10 just to be safe. And then that'll automatically save and load when you quit out of a game, but you got to like make sure to quit safely. So for that, maybe we'll hop up to input and just set a couple quick hotkey thingies. I think select will be our hotkey thingy, and then for close content, let's do. Oh, we want to do the quit controller combo. I like start and select. Just a quick bow, and then it quits out. I need to check if that if start and select, if quitting using the controller combo does an automatic save state, because I'm not sure. It'd be cool if it does. Fast forward, probably R. I'm pretty loosey-goosey about like, you know, what my hotkeys are. I'm not too particular. If I am, then I'll just change them on that handheld. But yeah, I should probably be more consistent. Bet I'm not. Kind of just shoot from the hip on these things. Save state, probably L. It's pretty fun. Yeah, that's about it when it comes to the business. Save current config, and we're gonna dip out of here. Oh, change to classic view in Link's Awakening DX. Okay, let me try that real quick. While I remember, we're going back into the infinitely zoomed out Link's Awakening DX. Leaf, does it come with a little Tamagotchi-like app? Ooh, I gotta check that out. That sounds fun. I'm not sure. Sounds pretty sick. All right, enhance. Presets. Classic. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Video. Should this be different? No, that didn't do much in the menus. Classic. I don't know. I think we're fried. Yeah, I don't know. I'll noodle around with that later, because this is definitely going to be a bit of a pocket handheld for your boy. Now that we've set up RetroArch to a certain degree, I mean, I could mess around with the date and all that stuff up there and the time and you know what I really want to see. We're gonna go ahead and load up. Well, first let's hop into ESDE. It's a little game launcher. Has a nice Nice aesthetic to it. Pretty bright. For Game Boy Color, maybe let's check out Pokemon Prism, Tetris DX, Little Wario Land 3. Maybe let's do a Little Wario Land 3. Let's see how that looks. I guess we probably gotta configure this, huh? Scan directory. Oh no, we're gonna just have like everything. Let me start by just scanning Game Boy Color. And I'll just import those games. Game Boy Color Scrabble is fun against the expert CPU opponent. Interesting, John. I haven't played that one. I played a whole lot of Tetris on the Game Boy Color and a bunch of Pokemon and Link's Awakening. Yeah, all the Zelda games on there too. Pretty much slap. You know what? You know one game that is absolute ass? Two games actually that I had when I was a kid on Game Boy Color. And I hated them, and I kept trying to beat them, but it was a fruitless endeavor. Was Gex for the Game Boy Color. It was like Gex 3 Deep Undercover or something like that. That game is ass. That game's awful. And then the other game that was actually arguably worse was Shrek something Smackdown. Fairy Tale Smackdown or something like that. That game is awful. It is excruciatingly hard. The developers must hate me and every kid who tried to play that, because it was miserable. Anyways, let's play some Wario Land 3. And we'll run it in Gambatte. It's a good core. So I'm seeing that on-screen overlays there. Just gonna pop that off. Now this scales very well because it's a 1x1 here. I'm seeing there's some extra room at the top and bottom. I'm not sure what that's all about. What I think is maybe we can check out core options and see if there's a full screen thingy here. Might be in video options too. Scaling. Was Game Boy not 1x1? Because this screen is 1x1. Best Tetris is DX. DX is fire. Green Pro Tag. DX is... It is a banger. John, you're just gonna download Daijisho on your Rotate? Hell yeah. Yeah, Daijisho should be solid, honestly. Yeah, I think Daijisho is a great free and pretty low, like, it's not too performance intensive as a front end. You know, that's kind of the problem with some of the newer front ends like Cocoon and Console Launcher and Isu and all those. They are a bit more like, you know, memory hogs. So 3 gigabytes of RAM will definitely not cut it. So that's where I think Emulation Station like ESDE and Daijisho are solid front end options for a handheld like this. They got nice like you know, vibe to them, but they're not just sapping up all the resources, because we gotta take as much RAM as we can get. Now I'm noticing that the color on here is a little bit OG. So let's kick it into quick menu, core options. I'm seeing is there a Game Boy Color colorization? Because it's looking a little bit washed out. I'd like to get a little more saturation from it. But I think these are all original Game Boy. Okay, now it's just toasted. Fast versus accurate. Oh, I like fast better. It's a nice middle ground. Accurate is a little bit too washed out for me. Reset Collection is good too. Oh, I haven't tried Reset Collection, John. How do you prefer it? Which do you prefer between Daiji Show and Reset Collection? Also, is Reset Collection free? I'm trying to think of like the best free front ends, or at least cheap ones. Like ESDE is $5, a little over $5. Not exactly the cheapest front end ever, but far from expensive for what it's worth. Oh, I just walked right back in, huh? Alright, get me out of here. Oh, I just yeeted that out, huh? We gotta keep charging. Yeah, this actually looks massive, to be honest. I definitely want to noodle around with some of these filters and stuff. I think shaders. I think I could use a good like an LCD 3x shader. And the handheld. We are slugging a little bit. LCD 3x. Yeah, that looks pretty fun. It gives it like a little bit of a super retro kind of texture. I like how that looks. I want to tweak the colors a little bit because the colors are a little too washed out for my taste. But from an actual just like emulation standpoint, this looks and feels really good. Except for the fact that I am just getting positively fried. Brother man. This is an easy game for babies, and I'm out here just getting my cheeks clapped. Chris God mode. Okay. Okay. Yeah, from like a classic Game Boy 1x1 perspective, I think that this handheld is actually like really solid for that because it's the exact same ratio. I don't know why it's not fully scaling to fill the screen 1x1, but it's damn close, at least out of the box. GG. You miss Tamagotchis. I miss Tamagotchis too, Leaf Sleep. I gotta figure out what where that app is hiding. Like what, or like if they included a Tamagotchi thingy. Let's hop over into, show off just a little bit of that's a Gex 3 Deep Pocket Gecko. That game ruined my childhood. Let's check out a little Tetris DX. Just get a little more idea of what Game Boy Color games look like here. And again, the reason that we don't have, you know, game audio right now is just because I'm charging the device because we've been gaming on it. So let's clock in here. How do I go back? All right, I guess I'm locked in here. Yeah, I don't think that Game Boy Color games will exactly push this chipset to its limit, but they sure as hell look good. I'll give them that. Look really good. Oh, Game Boy isn't 1x1. It's 10x9. Okay, so it's similar to the Super Nintendo, right? I think the Super Nintendo is like a similar weird aspect ratio. It's also interesting because the Retroid Pocket Classic had like a 31x27 screen. So that's virtually 10x9 because you multiply them by 3 and you're damn close to 31x27. All right, let's do a little bit of let's do Ultra. I don't know what Ultra is, but F it. Good ball. Oh no, we don't want to start that. Let's go up to like 5. Nope. Let's start off a little hot. Just chill out, play a little Tetris DX on the Game Boy Color here. The D-pad feels surprisingly good for a game like this, where you don't need like super precise like analog inputs. I think that was the big problem, is like when you need analog stick type inputs, this D-pad is awful for those. I'm locked in, y'all. I'm locked. Fully dialed. Locked it in, threw away the key. Oh, flubbed that one though. Not gonna lie, this soundtrack is kind of ass though. All right, let's wrap it up. All right. Does it have a mic somewhere? I do believe that there's a... Nope, that's a power indicator light, huh? I thought that was a mic on the back. No microphone. Or at least it doesn't seem like there's a microphone. Maybe there's a sneaky one hidden in here somewhere, but so far I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing a little lanyard slot on the bottom right, a power indicator light at the top here. Shows when you're charging it, and when you've unfortunately accidentally unplugged it, like your boy. But yeah, it seems like no microphone, so that kind of sucks. No Nintendogs or any audio related gaming. Let's take a gander at some Switch games. F it. Let's that's game native. That's not what we were looking for. I'm looking for Eden. Let's go ahead and install that through Obtainium. Oh, is there a hidden mic between the D-pad and action buttons? Oh, really? If it is, it's super sneaky. Oh, yeah. Right, Leaf. Tamagotchi app. Let me take a little... Let me peruse around, see if I can find that dang thing. The mythical Tamagotchi app. That legends were told. Tamagotchi. Let's see. I don't think it'd be an MU. DOSBox. SNES 9X. No, I'm not seeing it. Might be a separate app. Might be like something you got to download on the Play Store or something. Damn. Oh, sick. Okay, nice, John. Yeah. Russ revealed it in his review. Cool. I didn't know that. It asks for mic access. Yeah, we can actually test that out right now. Sure. This is a microphone check. Yo, check 1 2 microphone. Let's turn down the brightness a little bit. All right, yo. Check 1 2. Yeah, that's we got a certified mic. I don't know where it is. Let's find it. Oh. All right. It's somewhere. Somewhere down here. It's like right around here-ish. Cool. Fancy stuff. Yeah, I guess hell yeah. Has a mic to go along with the cassette player app, which records audio. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I saw this cassette player stuff. Seems definitely like something. Seems like a fun little way to play some music, I guess. You know, if only they included a headphone jack, I think would make a little more sense. Not have to sacrifice audio for charging like we have to do here. But that's just classic Anbernic doing Anbernic things. Let's set up our Eden. Yeah, because unfortunately I couldn't find that Tamagotchi app, Leaf Sleeve. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it does come with a Tamagotchi app. I just can't find it, I guess. Yeah, let's grab some keys and firmware. Yeah, we're really gonna see if this thing is a pocket switch or a pocket lock. If you can't play Switch games, get out of here. Banning you to the Shadow Realm. I mean, you are talking to the guy who tested like 130 Switch games on the RG556. I tested a lot of Switch games on that thing. Skyline, Sudachi, Yuzu, Uzoi, all that old shit. All right, let's go to Switch. Wait, is this okay, yeah, that's where the games are. Cool. Let's point it to our ROMs. Nice. All right. Pretty sure you can see the Tamagotchi. Set the Tamagotchi as a lock screen. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me try that before we get into the Switch stuff. Now, that would be in... Would that be in like its own separate wallpaper app? Or maybe that's just in wallpaper here. Let me check it out. Wallpaper style. I don't know what's going on here. Change wallpaper. Oh, that's a fun little animated wallpaper. Hold down wallpaper. Oh, okay. Hold down the wallpaper app. Here. There's like this kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. There might be some dark wizardry. Click lock clock. Where's my Tamagotchi? Where's my Tamagotchi at? I see 4 bougie things. Yo! Green Pro Tag! The 2013 Tomb Raider got ported to Android and is on the Play Store. Yo! That's sick! Hell yeah! That's awesome. I just actually picked that up on Steam, specifically for the benchmark pretty recently. So I gotta check that out on Android. That sounds sick. Android is peaking right now. We got Subnautica, the Below Zero, a Twilight Princess, Silksong. It's crazy. The types of things we're getting. Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, we got a lot of good games on Android these days. It's pretty sick. All right, so it seems like only one of my games is showing up, unfortunately, and that is Fizz. Let's hop in here. Play a little bit of Fizz. Oh, Jello. Do I need a custom driver or something? Let me see what's cooking. Also, just for the memes, check this out. You guys want to see something crazy? It's not working exactly as intended, but you see what I'm going for. Switch on the RG Rotate. We got Switch on the RG Rotate before GTA 6. It's not exactly working as intended, but yeah, I don't think Switch is running too well on this thing. might be cooked. Might be positively fried. Try installing the, okay, so it already installed the update. I have to turn down like a bunch of settings or something too. Maybe there's like a hella tweaks that we got to do. Well, that's unlucky. No switch, I guess. No switch on a RG Rotate. But what we can do is we can run some N64 games. So that's pretty cool. Nintendo 64. Everyone loves the N64, right? All right. Shotgun Mario. And then we gotta need to, oh, it already does disable them. It's kind of a weird timeout though. Did you check out that Tamagotchi app? No, I couldn't find it. We tried checking like if it's like a wallpaper or and it didn't seem to show up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was that one that it was the Chinese app that I uninstalled at the beginning, but I think that was an app store because there was a similar one on the RGDS that I uninstalled too, just because I try to reduce the amount of overhead on these 3 GB devices. So any like unnecessary stores or unnecessary apps like Anbernic AI, I try to disable those and really just like set this device up for success ideally. You know what I mean? Oh. Whoa. That's fun. I've never played Shotgun Mario. This is actually my first time playing it. This is a ROM hack of Super Mario 64, as you can see, where you just have a shotgun. He's got a whole ass double barrel shotgun, and you could just use that to run around. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Oh. Do I have to blast it? Here we go. Come on. Lock in. I'm also playing this on a D-pad instead of an analog stick, so we're fighting the odds right now. Come on. Lock in, Mario. Lock in! God damn it. I'm trying to undershoot it. It's actually running very smoothly, though. I might tweak the aspect ratio a little bit to give it like a little more vertical room. Or a little less vertical room. Oh. Shotgun cam. How do I blast? Oh, it's probably C button, huh? Yeah, that's tricky to map all that stuff. Or it's like a D-pad thing. Yeah, so the controls when it comes to N64 and that cursed controller, mapping all of those, it seems like it's pretty tricky on this handheld. Like we have 4 shoulder buttons, but I think we're missing out on all the C buttons, and that can be a bit of a headache. See if I can skedaddle. Performance-wise, though, it seems like it's running pretty smoothly. I mean, could try Donkey Kong 64. That usually struggles a bit on lower-end chips. But on something like the T618, we saw earlier that this is running GameCube pretty confidently between 40 to 60 FPS. So I expect N64 to run very smooth for the most part. Depending on the game, you know, something like Cruisin' Exotica or Cruisin', you know, or Conquer's Bad Fur Day might be a bit more intensive. But I do think that that this chipset can handle them pretty solidly. Let's check out Redream. This is a Dreamcast emulator. So again, you can this chipset has the performance to run a lot of these pretty decent 3D system, like retro systems, like some GameCube and PS2 games. We actually got to test that out, so maybe we'll pop in there instead of Dreamcast. N64, Dreamcast, and PlayStation 1 very easily. PS1 is never really too much of a problem these days. All right. Yeah, so we got some games here. Tony Hawk's Soul Calibur. I'm curious what that Tamagotchi app is, because that sounds pretty rad on a little handheld like this. All right, what are we looking at for charge? 83%. Yeah, that'll get me through the rest of the stream. I'll fall asleep before this thing runs out of battery. So let's jack back in. We can turn off the vibes and turn back on the beats. All right, here we go, y'all. Let's do a little okay, welcome back to the stage of history. Yeah, maybe they were showing off Tamagotchi leaf sleeve. It doesn't seem like it was like a built-in app though, or maybe it is, and I'm just a big old dummy, or both. Maybe I'm a big old dummy and it wasn't included. I don't know.
Nightmare versus Ivy. Battle 1, fight.
I want to get settle into the controls here. Yeah, Dreamcast is chilling on this thing. At least Soul Calibur is. You wrangle this cable.
Battle 2, fight.
Yeah. Could you test some Sega Saturn? I that was the one console that I didn't load any games on here on. I had one in my collection that I was thinking about that I used kind of as like a benchmark, but there were so many other systems that I wanted to show off that I kind of just focused on those before stream. Maybe I'll check out Saturn for the review though. TBD though. Yeah, this is running great. Honestly, Dreamcast is pretty solid on this handheld. Again, you are restricted to kind of the layout that we have here in terms of controls. We don't have an analog stick, and you kind of got to squeeze everything into just a D-pad and some face buttons and a couple triggers. But from a performance standpoint, pretty dang solid. Now, the moment of truth. Let's hop over into some PS2. See what something like God of War 2 and Simpsons Hit and Run can play like. I've also got some other games that I might play in my free time. Like, definitely not Shadow of the Colossus. I don't think that this thing can run Shadow of the Colossus. Unless you're a masochist. Persona 3 will probably be a game that I'll pluck away at on my own. But let's first dip our toe into PS2 emulation with Simpsons Hit and Run. Leaf. Yeah, I can check out the RG launcher for sure. RG launcher seems pretty fun. Let's lock in. Is it? Okay, yeah. Now, I'm very curious how Anbernic set up this emulator, if they did like some speed hacks and frame skips or anything like that. I'm not sure. So far, it's looking a little rough. Just on that first move there. I can't imagine that we're running this above 1x resolution. This seems like a 1x res. Might even have to lock it down a little more. Just to be safe. It's 2.75x native.
Look, kids, and this one isn't poisonous to anybody.
That we know of.
New and improved Buzz Cola is made from only the finest sugars and waters. Plus, it has a special ingredient, too hot for the FDA. It'll give you the get up and go you need to do all the pathetic stuff.
It's too hot for the FDA.
New improved Buzz Cola.
Cola. Must get Buzz Cola.
Crazy sound. Homer's mouth game is crazy. All right, so this is the US version of this game. So it's going to be targeting 60 FPS, I think, or 30. And so far, it looks like we're not hitting either of those. Let's turn on a little show FPS.
All right, player one.
Not that little, please. Bart is just off rip. Very slow. We're gonna have to turn this up to like 250-ish. The pixel density of this screen is making a lot of these UI elements pretty damn small across a bunch of apps.
Homer. I mean,
All right, there we go.
Homer.
It's pretty readable.
Use a directional button or left.
Yo, Bar Dog, you gotta
to move around.
You gotta cool. You gotta chill, bro.
Walking. Press
My man is
X
strung
button to
out.
Jump and hold down the circle button.
God damn, Bart is strung out, man. Okay, yeah, we're struggling. Off rip. Not looking too hot. One thing that we can do is, I believe we can do something like a, it's a little hacky. I'm trying to remember what it's called. There's like a little bit of a skipping thing. Is it is it cycle rate? Yeah, let's maybe try like a 2x cycle rate. Drop, or -2. Yeah, very, very hacky, but it makes it a little bit more playable. It's just kind of like skipping frame rates, or skipping frames. And even so, it's still not performing great. Yeah.
I can sell this on the internet. Woohoo!
Now, this game was great back in the day. Now, trust me, this game was peak. It still holds up. I'm telling you, Simpsons Hit and Run, nothing hits like it. It's definitely not just a GTA clone. It's definitely not just nostalgia either. It's objectively a fun game. And it still holds up. Leafs leave. What's the best game you've played in 2026? Ooh, best game that I've played in 2026. I really enjoyed my almost 20 hours in Subnautica 2. That was like freaking awesome. I really want to play what's that other game? God. Claire Obscure. I really want to play Claire Obscure at some point. I got it. I got that. I got Baldur's Gate, and I've got Elden Ring, and I've never touched any of them. I own all of them in my Steam library, and I haven't even launched a single one of them. So I will eventually play them, and I do anticipate getting fully absorbed into them. But as of now, Subnautica 2 was freaking awesome. Really liked that. You know, I'm kind of a sucker for Ocarina of Time, so I played a ton of Ship of Arcanian, which is that native Android port of Ocarina of Time, and especially I was playing a bunch of the randomizer on it, and just running randomizer seed after seed, just trying to understand the game better and you know, iron out my my rusty mechanics and flow of everything. So it was pretty fun. That's a really fun way to experience Ocarina of Time. I was ripping that just nonstop on my RGDS because it has like the two screens. So I was tracking like my pickups on the lower screen and like tracking my like next objectives and all that stuff. So this is Simpsons Hit and Run in Aether SX2, which is the default Anbernic installed emulator. And we've got it running at a -2 underclock here, a 60% underclock. So we are far from reaching, you know, the original intended frame rate, but honestly not too bad at some points. There's glimpses of hope, and it actually is playable at 60% underclock. To be honest, I'd say this is pretty solid. It's a little rough around the edges, but it's way more playable than default out of the box. So if you are looking to play some PS2 emulation, then I'd say you probably got to underclock it. Anyways, let's do a little save state. Let's check out God of War 2. Elden Ring. If you've never played Souls before, if you grab a shield, a lot of the 3D Zelda muscle memory. Yes! I played, I almost beat Dark Souls 1. I just lost Steam. I almost beat it on the Switch, and then I lost Steam in the final act where you need to go back and beat the 4 things to, like, you know, beat the game or whatever. You need to like go back and beat the 4 big old bosses. I just lost interest at that point because I didn't feel like backtracking yet again. So that's my only like Souls like experience outside of, you know, something like Silksong. Silksong, I'm almost in Act 3. I need to beat that game at some point. All right, let's check out God of War. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls second half is rough. It just like, it just hits a wall. And I was like, man, they really cooked for the first half, and then they just went too hard with the backtracking, and like it just wasn't worth it. Like Silksong has a pretty like decent. I'd say they learned from the mistakes of Dark Souls and other similar games, and found a decent balance of backtracking. But goddamn, you know, it sometimes, yeah, it ran out of dev time. Yeah. I mean, that's a common problem. You know, the crunch of development is crazy. Leaf, so much nostalgia on the OG Xbox. Yeah. I'm hoping that eventually Xbox emulation gets like really solid on Android. I don't know what that was. Bump Ship. Wonder if the GameCube version is better. It probably is, to be honest. A lot of the GameCube versions of PS2 games usually perform better, especially on these lower end chipsets where like the difference is drastic. Like the difference between 40 FPS and 60 FPS is pretty major on a handheld like this. And by the way, we were also down resed on that hit and run too. We were at 0.75x resolution. We were downscaled, we were underclocked, and it was just barely scraping by. So we're gonna find out if God of War 2 is any better. Simpsons Road Rage was peak. Yeah, Leaves. Yeah. Those old school games were great. Hatred for the gods. The Xbox had some bangers, man. That Duke controller was crazy, though.
So he went to Rhodes to deliver the final blow.
Yeah, Simpsons Road Rage for the GameCube on the SD card. I don't, but I would imagine that if you grab the development build of Dolphin, like we did earlier, make sure you grab that development build, and then set the settings like I had it with hybrid Uber shaders. Oh yeah, you conspire against me? Banger quote. Hard as hell. Yeah, just match the settings and you should honestly be in a good spot where it runs pretty well. Yo, higher class smells, dude. All good. Welcome. How do you like to rotate? I love it so far. The metal version is freaking awesome. It feels super premium. The rotating aspect of it is sick. Check this out. Let me just show you real quick. It just like automatically locks and then unlocks, locks and unlocks, and it feels super premium too. It's got this brushed metal finish. The two downsides that I found with it, the only two so far, outside of performance being kind of in this, it's in this weird no man's land of performance where it's like just good enough to comfortably tackle pretty much everything like in the retro catalog, even through Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast. Like a lot of those games should run pretty solidly. The performance is like right on the cusp of running GameCube and PS2 comfortably at native resolution, but it's not quite there. So, you know, maybe there's a way to squeeze a little more juice and when it comes to the setting up the emulators to get them to run more consistently with GameCube and PS2 games. But again, with a layout like this, you know, D-pad and 4 face buttons, I don't think we should be expecting too much. GameCube and PS2 and that side of things, but everything below that performance is ripping. So the two things that I don't like about this handheld are, one, that we don't have a headphone jack, so we have to use this stupid ass dongle, and it can't charge and use headphones at the same time. I tried doing it earlier in stream with a little splitter, and it would only either charge with no audio, or it would give audio and it wouldn't charge. So you have to pick, and that's lame. And then the second one is this D-pad is like pretty bad. It's very inconsistent with like with accidental diagonals and a whole lot of A whole lot of junk. Also, by the way, this is the European ROM, so it's targeting 25 FPS or 50 FPS. But we're getting neither of those, and that was awful. So let's go ahead and... Well, we're already underclocking it. Okay. Let's give it a couple. Let's give it everything we can here. We've got it downscale. We've got it set to there. All right, that's running it faster. That's not ideal. So that's what cycle skip does. Let's go all the way down, 50%. Come on. Yeah, this is tough. And this is the first level too. This is where performance should be at its best. Because usually the first level of pretty much any game is often very well optimized because they've spent a lot of time on it. Yeah, that's awful. Sorry for the audio too. That is a shit show. God of War 2. Womp womp. That's a swing and a miss. I've got two other games, Shadow of the Colossus and Persona 3. Shadow of the Colossus will bring this handheld to its knees, and Persona 3 has a really long intro, so I'm going to play those on my own time, and let's take a look at maybe a little bit of what should we do? A little bit of PlayStation 1. Let's just see how they scale up on a handheld like this. We've seen some other 4x3 handheld systems so far, but we haven't seen what PS1 looks like. And the fun thing with this handheld is that we can actually do some cool stuff with PS1, like removing the wobble. I think that Duckstation might have that feature. I know it does in I think the Swan Station core in RetroArch has it. Not entirely sure. So we got internal resolution. Let's set it to 3x res. Do geometry correction. That's what fixes the wobbliness. And then we're also doing hardware with Vulkan. All right, cool. Let's see how that looks. What should we test it on? Maybe we can do little Spyro. Yeah, higher class films. I gotta check out some Pico 8 too. Yeah, I was talking with Green Pro Tag earlier in stream. He was mentioning Pico 8. I'm like, yeah, I got to check that out. I haven't done too much Pico 8 stuff. You like the wobble? Yeah, the wobble. Hey, the wobble's fun. The wobble is pretty fun. It's a little crazy in some games. It's a little insane. See, I grew up with the N64, so wobble was so foreign to me when I first saw it. I was like, "What the hell is this? Why?" It's like fake 3D. But I know a lot of people like find the wobble to be like nostalgic and charming. Okay, what's going on here? Hey, yo. What do you mean entering demo mode? There's a special adapter that will let you charge and use headphones at the same time. Is it for the does it work with the RG Rotate? Because I tried this one. I'll show you. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's over here. I tried this one by Red Magic. I don't know what it is, but this is what it looks like. And it does, it apparently it just launches right into demo mode. All right, let's try and actually get into a Spyro here. And we can take a look at it with and without the wobble correction, because maybe the wobble is a vibe, is a whole ass vibe. This is honestly a killer handheld for playing a lot of different systems. Because what I'm noticing is that it can handle a lot of these systems pretty comfortably. And it looks pretty great too. Like there's pretty much there's letterboxing on most of these systems because a lot of them are 4x3 or 3x2 for Game Boy Advance.
We managed to capture the
But
eggs,
it's
Your
very
Highness.
versatile because we have that
Excellent.
solid performance under the hood with the Unisoc T618 chip. Nice. John, have you tried that with the RG Rotate or seen somebody who tried it? 'Cause I'm curious if it works specifically with this handheld.
Where are the eggs?
I can also just try. I might just order it and just try it out if people haven't tried it before. I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, this is cruising right now. Oh, the D-pad is such a letdown though, I'm gonna be honest. You see how like sometimes Spyro's just kind of flailing around a little bit when I'm trying to, like, you see when I accidentally like kind of have to quickly correct a little bit jumpily. Those are times when the D-pad gives me an accidental diagonal and I'm trying to adjust for it. It's not great.
Hi, Spyro.
Word. Yeah. So I've tried I've had the Red Magic one work on some phones too. But I'm curious if it's the processor that, you know, that might be a little buggy with like those specific things, because we also had to change some settings to even get my dongle to work earlier in the stream. We had to go into the developer settings to get the dongle to function. It was really funky. So I think that this chipset might be a little squirrely when it comes to audio and charging and all that stuff. Yeah, but this is looking great, honestly, for PS1 on here. And the PS1 had more forgiving controls because it was designed primarily for D-pad. And honestly, pretty much this exact control layout. You know, D-pad, 4-face buttons, and you know, and then we got the bumpers up top too. Meanwhile, the N64 decided you need 3 hands to use it. So that one, mapping the controls is a little bit trickier. Yeah, this is running great though. Let's take a look at what it looks like with the wobble correction disabled. Let's get wobbly in here. Oh, it still looks great. Yeah, I think that maybe there is some inherent like wobble correction going on behind the scenes. Yeah, this looks super great. The screen is honestly really nice too. Leafs, should you sideload your Google Play games or download them on the device? That's up to you, honestly. The only reason why I didn't download any of mine on stream is just because I don't want to leak my stuff. So I'll probably download them off stream, so they're just like already installed. But I don't think that there's much of a difference between. I mean, maybe it's easier to keep them updated if you download them on the device instead of side loading them. That might be the one benefit. But at the same time, like, if that's not important to you, then side loading might be easier. I don't know. Play Store is pretty. I mean, on this device, I think it would benefit without the Play Store on here because the Play Store is probably sapping up some of the resources. And it might honestly be the reason why some of our apps were crashing earlier, because the RAM is just getting slurped dry. But, yeah, but from installing an app perspective, yeah, up to you. It's all about what you feeling. Let's take a look at, maybe a little Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I mean, what we could do, honestly. I am curious. We could do a little bit of oh, we also got Flycast for Dreamcast. I honestly usually prefer Flycast over redream. So Flycast, that's great that we have options for Dreamcast emulation. Let's take a peek in here. Now I want to try out Tony Hawk 3 on the GameCube. Yeah, Google Play, I mean, just having Google Play on the device will use up RAM. And so it doesn't really matter if you install, if you use it or not. It pretty much just runs in the background. No. No, we gotta mute that. That will get this part of the stream muted by the record label. We don't bring that down. For Tony Hawk games, I'm a little bit of a Tony Hawk goblin. So we're gonna save my original loadout. Did I save it? No, I didn't. Default. And then let's change them. B, X, Y. I think that's how I like it. Let's try it out. I always forget. And then we got to set this to edit game settings, Gamecube input, and then set it to Tony Hawk. Let's give that a whirl. Hold the circle button on the side. What is that circle button? Yo! RG launcher. Hell yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. Can we remap it? Be pretty sick to map it to like a different front end. Check out some different themes here. Okay. Pretty sick. Pretty slick. Yeah, this honestly is not bad. It's a little basic, but RG launcher, shouts out. It's kind of cool. Let's link it up with our ROMs. How do we do that? Probably tools. Scan ROMs on TF card. Hey, yo. It just doesn't want to, I guess. I don't know what's going on there. And maybe it needs to be in a very specific place. Yeah, it's not showing any games. Kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. On the surface, it seems pretty cool. Might have to get a little familiar with it to make it work better. You just tried Horizon Chase on this thing, and it works very nicely with the right settings. Hell yeah. Also sick. Yeah, Leaves. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so you can set your own front end to it. That's awesome. I'm actually going to do that right now. Let's rip it. How do we get out of here? There we go. That's probably in handheld settings. Quick launcher. ESDE. Hell yeah. Dude, that's freaking sweet. Yeah, now we're in the mix. Nice. And then press and hold, and then it'll take us back to Android. And we can hop back into here. And then once we get to the main menu, we can try it out again, see if it works. Virtual joystick and gamepad settings. Oh, okay. You must tweak the virtual joystick and gamepad in the settings for Horizon Chase to work properly. Word. All right, let's try it out. Press and hold. Oh, and we're right back. Oh, that's sick. You know, it probably needs to, it'll probably close in the background occasionally. So it might need to like reload when it's, when it's back in. But that's pretty sick. It's just right there. Oh, that's awesome. Cool little button right there. It's fun. All right, now let's turn off the music, and then I can turn back on the sound here. I'm also seeing that we're not reaching a great frame rate. Yeah, this is not looking great. Let's just check on the Musca. And let's hop into Foundry. I think that I don't think it's going to perform too well, I'm not going to lie. It's not looking promising. Yep. There he goes. There goes my hero. Oh, okay. Enhancements, we're at native resolution. Yeah, not too much we can do. I think, maybe we got to run this in MMJR2. But yeah, it seems like some GameCube games are just kind of gonna be fried. Also, I think I messed up the controls, to be honest. Whatever. I can at least show y'all. Yeah, performance is a little wonky. It feels great when you can get a game running, though. I'm not gonna lie. But god damn, yeah, this is running rough into the magma. All right, let's So Tony Hawk 3 needs some love. Mario Kart Double Dash was I don't know. It was a little rough. Wind Waker ended up running well in this emulator. Double Dash, we ran it in MMJR2, I think. Yeah, leave. I thought it was a reset button too, and I was like, I don't want to reset. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. It's a pretty rad little button there. Let me make sure I'm in the right profile. All right, let's rip. So this is the PAL ROM. So we're running it at 50 FPS instead of like a 60 FPS, like a, you know, a US ROM. All right, let's see what we can do. Luigi circuit. Oh, we forgot to... You know what I forgot to do? We gotta do one final tweak. Specifically on Double Dash to get it to work. Go into Game Settings, Graphic, and then change the video backend to OpenGL. Otherwise, you get that weird rendering error that we just saw. Yeah, we kind of bugged it out for a second there. Let's wait for it to compile the shaders. And once it compiles, hopefully, we'll see if it can handle the heat. Also, what up, all 40 y'all? Hope you're having a lovely evening, morning, afternoon, dawn, dusk, wherever y'all are at. It is a brisk 3 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm getting sleepy. But we gonna keep rotating for a little bit longer. I really like this device. Not gonna lie. My initial impressions were, goddamn, it takes like almost an hour to set it up out of the box. So the first hour of stream was a little bit slow, but once it's set up and, you know, once it's updated and feeling good, I mean, the hardware here is really nice. The D-pad sucks. I wish there was a headphone jack. Performance is great. Even though we are pushing it a little further than it should be running. We're definitely flying close to the sun here. But that's just because it's handling everything under that like very comfortably. And I'm pretty happy with this as a, you know, $100 package, give or take, depending on whether you decide on the plastic or the metal model. And I recommend going with an AliExpress. That's why the link in the description is for an AliExpress listing, because you can use coupons, and it's also from Anbernic's official AliExpress. They shipped quicker. You can use coupons to get it cheaper, and yeah, it's the same device either way. So I'm always here for a deal. I think I ended up getting mine for like $100 shipped and everything. This metal silver model. Because I pulled out all the stops on AliExpress coupons. Alright, let's hop into Luigi Circuit. We're aiming for 50 FPS up there. It's a little choppy. Come on. Nope, that's not full speed. And I burnt out. Yeah, this is tough, y'all. I don't think that Double Dash is happy here. Double Dash is feeling double ass. Yeah, this is rough. Even when I'm on the nitrous fuel here. Even when I'm on full tilt, just feels like I'm a slug. Oh, no, no. Also, double dash is so slippery. Oh, yeah. Clutch up. Do I take the dub in slow motion? Yo, John, you got the silver one from Ali with the 256 card and the bag. Hell yeah. That's say. How do you like that bag? I ended up skipping on the bag because I usually end up not using the bags anyway. But that one looked pretty fun. It's got like an OG GBA SP vibe case to it. Yeah, I hate this audio. This is tough. So double dash, not really happening. Again, flipping the screen, super fun. Gonna be doing this a lot. This is so rad. No, Chris God mode, you paid 105 euros for the black one. Go. That's ass. Did you go on AliExpress or did you do direct from Anbernic? Because Anbernic's pricing, I was literally checking out from Anbernic the morning that it launched. I was like, it was 6 a.m. my time. I still had the crust in my eyes. And then I was like, wait a minute, maybe AliExpress has it too, and maybe it's cheaper there. And yeah, it was cheaper and it also shipped faster. So I think that that's probably the move for some of these newer handhelds, especially because Anbernic doesn't do like good sales on their website that often at all. And the shipping is also like more expensive and slower. And yeah, I'm just not really much of a fan of ordering. I've ordered from Anbernic directly before, and pretty much every time it's kind of been like a wet fart. I'm like, oh man, hard pass on that. I'd rather just get it through AliExpress, and usually it's a easier experience all around. It's easier to order it, get it cheaper, and then it's easier to return it if it's shit. Anyways, let's hop into PPSSPP. Take a look at how some PSP looks. The bag is very nice. Ordered an extra bag for your silver. Ooh, nice. That's a cool little move. Damn, 21% taxes and shipping costs. Yeah, Chris Godmo. Damn, dude. You got the short end of the stick there. Oof. Create or choose PSP folder. Yeah, let's do it. So with all of these like emulators and stuff, I'm pretty much I'm setting like all of the data to just save into a subfolder inside my SD card, so that if I do need to like throw it on another device, then all the data is like already there. So let's do PSP. And then in here, we're going to do PPSSPP. Ka-chow. And then there's also like tons of, we're with 32 gigs of internal storage. We are so strapped for space. Like we have no space for installing games, like big games on the internals here, because we only have 32 gigs of internal storage, and half of that is already used up by the time it arrives. So you basically have 16 gigs of internal storage that you can use for your own stuff. And, you know, we got to protect that. So I think that's why I put pretty much everything onto the SD cards. So anyway, let's hop on in here. PPSSPP. There we go. What do we got? We got Untold Legend, God of War. Oh, let's do a little God of War. This will be easy. This will run much better than the PS2 God of War 2 version. Unfortunately, it is the PSP aspect ratio, which is 16:9, so it's going to be widescreen. Here's a little pro tip that that you can do to to make PSP look a little, you know, a little bigger, it just kind of fills out more of the screen, is find a nice little mid-ground. First off, we can upscale it, actually. We should be able to. But when it comes to, yeah, graphics, then we should go to, let me remember where it's at. Display layout, and then aspect ratio. I think it was like 0.85 I found was decent. We can even maybe try like 0.8. But if you mess around with this, holy smokes. Okay, that's not right. If you mess around with this slider, then you can stretch it out just a little bit, and then it'll fill out more of the screen, and it won't be as, like, you know, squinty where you have to, you know, really enhance to see what's going on in that 16:9 screen. So let's take a look at how 0.8 looks. Yeah, that looks better. So it's a little bit stretched out, but it fills out more of the screen. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. So you know what I'm noticing is that by default, the controls are mapped weird. We got to do bop, bop. Oh. We got to set it to the Sony layout. There we go. All right. Let's run it up, Kratos. It's go time.
Suffering for years,
Try MMJ Dolphin. Yeah, I can try MMJ Dolphin. We tried it earlier in stream with Wind Waker. And I think we also tried it with Mario Kart Double Dash. And both of them were running pretty horribly. But the developer version of regular Dolphin from their website, you guys scroll down until you see developer version, actually runs Wind Waker pretty decently. It also ran Paper Mario pretty decently as well. Unfortunately, I think Tony Hawk 3 and 4 with the physics engine is just a little bit outside of the ballpark, and then Mario Kart Double Dash is just a little too demanding as well. On both emulators, MMJR2 and the developer version. John, do the settings remain after you set them? We're gonna find out. I think they should in PPSSPP. I think the only emulator that it really just never saves properly is RetroArch, and that's because RetroArch is quite stubborn in their ways, and you know, it's very customizable, but at a cost, and the cost is that you have to learn all of the ways that it's customizable and how to customize them. So let's toggle back into virtual joystick mode, and then we can actually move around a little bit. Damn, a little bit of slowdown there with the 2x resolution, but I'm curious if we can turn on a little bit of a FPS counter. Yeah, there we go. So I think for the most part, the gameplay should be pretty smooth. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Yeah, it's definitely not ideal to have, you know, a widescreen game on a square 3.5-inch screen, but performance-wise, it performs great, and it also looks pretty nice. This screen is I'm pretty surprised with the quality of this screen. It's very solid across the board. It's a nice LCD screen. It's pixel dense. It's got decent saturation and brightness. It gets pretty bright and pretty dim. It doesn't go too much beyond that. it's like it might be a bit of a reach to play it outdoors, but it won't get completely washed out. Like I consider this a pretty high quality panel for the most part. I know that there is a bit of a like slow pixel response time, I've heard. Unfortunately, we can't test that too much on stream because I'm streaming at 30 frames per second. And I think to really see the pixel response time, we'll need to do like some, you know, fine, like slow motion capture and testing with other devices that have good pixel response time. But for my general eyeballs and a general vibe check, yeah, this screen passes the vibe check for sure. How do I jump? Oh yeah, LNR. All right, cool. Oh, and I jump right into that fire. I jump in that fire. Yo. I guess I gotta lock the hell in, huh? Damn, bro's tanky. All right, here we go. Here's the moment of truth. I think it's just all gonna be square. Oh, never mind. I lied. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is where it really goes down. Ka-chow. Send you back to the shadow realm. Let's get a little saucy. 3 times res. God of War. All right. Yeah, we're struggling here. We're getting some audio crackling. 3 times res with God of War. That ain't gonna cut it. 2 times it is. Let's do a little save state and dip out of here. So that was God of War Chains of Olympus on PSP. Fun stuff. Chains of Olympus running pretty solid. Yo, cool Bob, you like so much that you're watching you from the same device. No way, you're watching me on your RG Rotate. Yo, hell yeah, that's awesome, dude. Thank you. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm with you. I would totally recommend this device. This is a fun one. I hope that Anbernic can improve on it and, you know, throw in a headphone jack and make the D-pad a little better. But I gotta say, for like $100, give or take, this is a really fun handheld. They're back. They're back, baby. And with the Unisoc T618 chipset under the hood, yeah, this is a really compelling package. Let's you know what? Let me give one more whirl actually. Did I play Twilight Princess on my Retroid Pocket 6? I'm trying to remember. I know I did most of the progress on my little handheld, my trusty bootleg handheld here. But I don't know how to. I think that the Files app is locked down, so it's hard to get the save files off of here. I think I'm gonna end the stream playing a little bit of Dusklight, the Twilight Princess port. And yeah, we can just kind of like run around in that and see how that plays. Even though the controls are definitely a little bit janky, I think the performance is pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, I've been pretty stoked on this RG Rotate, especially the metal one. I'm just a sucker for metal. All right, anyways, I can't really get the save off of there. But yeah, let's run around in Dusklight a little more. This is just so cool. Like, look at this. Let me close it up. Put it in my pocket. Pull it out. Twilight Princess. Rad as hell. And while it is, you know, it's running at a luxurious 30 to 40 FPS. Yeah, it's not exactly a performance powerhouse, but still pretty solid. Where's my horse at? Chris Godmo, you got your Asus ROG Strix G16 5070 Ti Red Dead 2 installed, but you're watching this guy. So, yo, that sounds like a beast, dude. 5070 Ti Asus ROG Strix G16. Yeah, that thing is a tank. Hell yeah. I was checking out some of Asus's stuff at CES this year, and it was pretty sick. They've got some awesome stuff. I'm not too tapped into, you know, like that side of the tech world, like laptops, x86 handhelds and devices. But I gotta say, I was pretty blown away by some of their laptops, especially some like the super lightweight but also very powerful stuff. And then they had that, like, you know, the folding one, the what's it, Zephyrus Duo or something. Yeah, they got some crazy shit. John, now try Pluto TV on that thing. Yo, that would be fun. That would be like my childhood dream, is just like watching TV on a little fella like this in your pocket. Live TV. Oh, that's so hype. Like little movies and stuff. Yeah, this would be a fun little media device. 1x1 isn't as a weird aspect ratio for that kind of stuff. For pretty much anything outside of like Game Boy Color. You know what? Well, once we've gotten these fellas in here and ran around a little bit more, we'll take a final look at like Game Boy Advance and you know, some of the classic like pocket handhelds. Because I'm probably gonna be playing some Game Boy Advance on here. It's like the size of a GBA SP, maybe even a little bit smaller. Game Boy Color looks great on here. We checked that out earlier. I know that GBA SP is gonna have like or Game Boy Advance is gonna have some pretty big bezels. But we saw like PlayStation Portable. It wasn't terrible. That's 16:9. Sure, we stretch it out a little bit, but yeah, not too bad. Twilight Princess has the longest intro. It is grueling. Spectrum works too. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. That's awesome. That's so fun that we can just like watch little TV on a tiny TV here. All right, let me skedaddle. Yeah. Damn, this is such a good port. Now, Twilight Princess, definitely not my favorite Zelda, but it is so cool that we have a native Android port of this game. And it's also on Windows, Mac, Linux, too. It's crazy. iPhone as well. Like iOS. We got a port of Twilight Princess on iOS. Like, holy shit. Like, what world are we living in? The only app that doesn't work is giving you an error is Disney Plus. Oh, that makes sense. So it's probably like a DRM thing, because I know that there's something called Widevine support that restricts, like, you know, what kind of what kind of content you can watch on what devices and stuff like that. It's like a licensing thing. It's really weird. Yeah, licensing in DRM is just always a pain in the ass. But it seems like you've got some other apps that are working, so that's pretty sick. Alright, so once stuff loads in, then it looks like it's chilling around 30 FPS. But in order to open up your items, you gotta first toggle the D-pad and then set the item to whatever you want and then toggle the D-pad back on. And then it's very manual. It's very realistic, I guess, of like pulling out a pack and really just doing the whole rigmarole of pressing those and then doing your D-pad stuff and then toggling back on analog stick mode. So this is probably not the best way to play Twilight Princess, but it is a way to play it. And that's pretty cool. All right, let me save. Let's hop out of here. So sick. I'm still just blown away that we have Twilight Princess on Android. All right, now let's hop it over into RetroArch. And let's we're gonna do a little scan directory of, well, let's do a manual scan actually. This is better because it doesn't need to, like when you do the automatic scan directory, sometimes it just doesn't pick up some games, especially ROM hacks and stuff like that. So doing a manual scan and then setting your system name to exactly what it's supposed to be, like Game Boy Advance, we're gonna do. This is just some quirks with RetroArch. And then default core, we're going to set it to mGBA. That's the best one. So we're going to stick with that. And then we're going to go to content directory. Bunch of numbers and letters. That's usually our SD card. Hop down to GBA. That's going to be the one. All right. And just like that, we got all of our ROMs, all of our GBA ROMs in here. And now we can check out maybe some Pokemon Lazarus. Pluto TV works. The back speaker is surprisingly loud and clear. Yo, hell yeah. I feel like for TV, yeah, the backfiring speaker is probably solid for TV because it just kind of fills up the space a little bit. We're just gonna skip through this. Slime Star. Oh, we can only do slime. Oh, and they don't even give us the... Dang it. Alright. Let's get... Yep. No, I don't want the... Did I F up, y'all? I effed up, y'all. Damn. Damn, I did it. I did the thing. I fast forwarded too far. All right, here we go. Okay, what should we do? Brokey. I do like Litten. I fucks with it. Yeah, I like Litten. Literally. No, we can't do a Ligma. Litten, Mitten. Lil. I'm gonna just name it my cat's name, which also is a Pokemon's name because I named her after the Pokemon. I was gonna rename her from Pichu to Pikachu when she became big enough and evolved, but she never really got any bigger, so that's why she's still Pikachu. That's why she's still Pichu. The vet told me that she will never be Pikachu because she become full-sized. And that's full size is small. What up? So I will say that GBA looks pretty small on here. Definitely a little smaller than I would prefer. Let's bring it down a little further. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's really just slightly smaller than I'd like. I think what I'd probably end up doing is stretching it out just a little bit. And then also adding maybe like an overlay or a shade or something. Something like subtle. If I can survive. Not get my ass handed to me here. By Ducklight. Ooh. Yeah, John. If you install a 2TB microSD and load it with MP4 complete series. Heck yeah. I have I gotta get my Jellyfin server up and running again. The Raspberry Pi just got completely toasted. It like ate up all of its remaining storage, and then it had 0 bytes left, and it's completely overloaded like all of the servers I was running on that Raspberry Pi. So I lost a lot of stuff on there, but I'll eventually get it back up and running. And I think having like a local, you know, entertainment library would be pretty sweet. Yeah, that you could just stream from on this thing. You know, no DRM, none of that bogus stuff. Just hanging and watching stuff. Oh, that's cool. You can run you can make this as a hotspot running through Type-C cable to the internet. Interesting. Yeah, that's a very unique like use case. To have like hardwired internet but not Wi-Fi, and then use this as like a Wi-Fi creator. If I'm interpreting that right. Pokemon Lazarus does look gorgeous. The art style in this game is phenomenal. Huge shouts out to the developer of this. And everybody who contributed to it too. Go time. Now, some other like fun Pokemon games that you can play on here are obviously we were playing Pokemon X earlier for the 3DS, and that was actually running pretty solidly. Didn't get too deep into the game, maybe like 20 minutes ish, but But some other fun Pokemon games that you can play on here are the Pokemon DS games, and also PokeMMO is a killer Android game that is like literally an MMO for Pokemon. And it combines like a couple Pokemon ROMs into just like this single MMO experience, and it is freaking awesome. Obviously, with this 1:1 aspect ratio screen, playing Game Boy Color games scales up really well and pretty much almost fills up the entire display. So Pokemon Prism, Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Blue, Red, Yellow, whatever, dealer's choice. All of those classic Pokemon games are great on here. GBA, it seems like it's a little too small for my personal taste, so I might try and find a way to like scale it up a little bit and maybe stretch it out like a demon. But I will say that my cat Pichu is now up. I think she realized that I named this Pokemon after her, and she has awoken from her slumber. Hey, can you stop? She's clawing at the cables again. Anyways, I think let's start wrapping it up. Kick on some vibe music. Talk about some final thoughts of this thing, and answer any last questions before we close out stream. Also, shout out all 24 y'all for sticking with me and hanging out with me. It's been 5.5 hours of streaming. Just a cool 5.5. I gotta go make a little late night dinner here. But I appreciate every single one of y'all for hanging out with me. Let's make a little save state and then close it out. Close content. All right. So what we've taken a look at a ton of stuff on this little RG Rotate today, and I've had an absolute blast. The setting up of it took a little longer than I was expecting, but once we were in the thick of it, I think that that we got a pretty good sense of what this handheld can do, and I'm very excited for where things are going, and I think that Anbernic has really made a pretty solid slam dunk handheld here with this RG Rotate. Cool Bob, dude, thank you. You're awesome. Thanks for hanging out. You can play catch with your RG Rotate. Yeah, hell yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah, John. But you know, I think that this little gimmick here is actually surprisingly like useful. While it doesn't protect the screen, what it does do is allow for a nice compact package. Oh, my cat just fell out of my lap. He's clinging on for dear life. What it does do is it gives us a nice compact package that's honestly smaller than some of their previous like pocket-sized options. It's also slimmer. This is the 35XX SP, which also has a 3.5-inch display. Now check this out. It's more compact when it's flipped out. It's got the same exact buttons, or button layout. It's got different buttons, but it's the same layout. And it is, it's also significantly more powerful. We have the Unisoc T618 under the hood here, and you guys saw what it can do. It's quite impressive. It's not going to blow your socks off and you know, and create miracles, but it can do a surprising amount of stuff. It's a very competent chipset, and I've been pretty happy with it. Especially doing everything below GameCube and PS2 and those upper limit. So this RG Rotate is pretty dang awesome. I really wish they just added a 3.5mm headphone jack in here somewhere, but alas, you know, it wouldn't be Anbernic if it was the perfect device. So with that said, I think some of the highlights here are that the metal body is absolutely killer. The processor under the hood is very solid, and this screen is actually really nice too. Check this out. So we have this little button on the side. Press and hold it. You can set it to whatever front end is your preferred choice, whether that's the Anbernic front end or Daijisho or Emulation Station Desktop Edition. So with this, we have it set up to to be our little like press and hold quick launcher button. And yeah, I think that it's just so cool. Now, some of the downsides, obviously, no headphone jack, and this D-pad has a lot of accidental diagonals. So playing analog stick-centric games using this D-pad is a bit of a struggle. You might find yourself fighting against it at times, but you know that's kind of that's entirely on Anbernic. I wish that they just put a better D-pad in here. Even the one on the RGDS was better than this one because this has all of the accidental diagonals. Now the screen, as you can see, is quite gorgeous. It's a little, I've saturated the footage a little more, so it's a little less saturated than you see on camera. But it's still quite a fantastic screen. Anyways, I think that this is a you know, first night, first stream using it. First impressions, I'm stoked on this thing, and this is gonna probably be living in my pocket for at least a little bit. Let me answer some questions here. We got John. How'd you get the ES desktop edition on it? You can sign up to their Patreon and pay $5.50 one time, and then they'll send you the you'll have access to the APK to install it, and they'll also send you the all the future updates. You'll be added to the mailing thing, and any future update will go right to your inbox. You don't need to keep paying $5.50. So it's just like a single payment of a little over $5, and then that's how you get this front end. You know, there are free front ends too, like IG Show, and I think I don't know if Cocoon will run too well on here, or Console Launcher, or Isu, or any of those fancy ones, but I can tell you that Daiji Show will totally run well on this little fellow. Yeah, and then like you mentioned, Cool Bob, the the final Achilles heel here is this speaker facing the back. What is up with that? They really should have put a front firing speaker of some sort, a back firing speaker. I mean, what is the methodology there of what's the thought process? You know, the best place for audio is away from your ears, I guess. So, you know, that's Anbernic logic. But anyways, everything else about this thing is pretty killer, especially with the metal body. This thing is solid as hell. Check this out. I actually have a I'll give you guys a quick little thangy thing before I close it out. We can show you how much it weighs. Now I gotta turn down the brightness a little bit here so you can see. But this is the RG Rotate. The metal version clocks in just under 211 grams. And RG 35XX SP, this is all plastic by the way, is just under 200 grams. So this all metal body is only a little about just under 15 grams heavier than their 35XX SP. Meanwhile, something like the Trim UI Brick is also pretty similar in weight, about 15 grams lighter than that the RG Rotate. And for some classic handhelds here, we got a Nintendo 3DS Original Ambassador Edition. That's 242 grams. A Game Boy Color is pretty much the exact same weight, actually. It is the exact same weight. So this is the exact same weight as a Game Boy Color. 210.7. 210.7. And like John said, this sure ain't no paperweight. That is for damn sure. Exact same weight as a Game Boy Color. Pretty cool stuff. So this is it's a very solid premium feeling handheld, especially in this metal color. And I was a little hesitant about the silver at first because I prefer black handhelds, or if I were to choose between silver and black. But I gotta give it to it. The silver is very classy feeling, and especially in this little metal package here, I think that the silver just feels really nice, and I like it. I like what they're doing. I think Anbernic is back. I think it's safe to say that we are so back, baby. So let's kick it to the outro. Producer, what are you falling asleep on the job? What are we doing, producer? God damn. Kick it to the face cam. Thank y'all for hanging with me for almost 5 hours and 45 minutes. We're just shy of it, just shy of 6 hours. But we've had a blast with the RG Rotate. This thing is pretty sick, not gonna lie. Pretty impressive stuff. $100 give or take. If you want to pick one up, find affiliate link in the description. That supports the channel. Blah 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 blah. Chill. I actually do like this handheld though. I'm not gonna cap. Anyways, thank you for hanging out, Chris. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody else in the live chat. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you for making it this far. I appreciate you. If you like the stream, you know what to do. Smash the like button, smash and subscribe, and turn on notifications so you can come hang out in future streams. I'm Montotech. Thank you for watching, and we're gonna get the hell out of here because I've got a Pichu to attend to. So say goodbye. Say goodnight, Peach. Good night. Later, everyone. Thanks for hanging.